Hello and welcome to this masterclass on Vue.js. Together, we are going to dive straight into Vue.js and learn all the details regarding Vue step by step with projects. So let's have a look at the projects that we are going to build. So here is our first project, and we are going to build this simple counter application twice. First using CDN and then using CLI, just so we don't miss out on different approaches of building a Vue project. And then we move to this to-do application, and in this to-do application, we learn all about reactivity in Vue. So what reactivity is, how components interact with each other, how we can save the to-do in a local storage, and so on. And next up, we move to this courses application, and here we are going to learn all about components, and we are going to dive deep. We are going to see how components can communicate to each other and what composables are. And we are also going to learn about the various loading states and error states and so on. Next up, we build another counter application, but this time we are going to go there step by step. First, we build it inside of our application without composables and without Pinia. Then we transform to using composables. So we learn how composables are different from just using local states. And then we move to using Pinia, where then we compare how Pinia is different than using composable. And next up, we dive into this project where we are going to learn about useRouter by building a dummy shop application that is going to teach all about routing and what useRouter can do for us. And at the end, we are going to build this application. So here we are going to learn the niche parts of Vue. So how we can save data to our local storage and retrieve them, and how does forms work. Also, how does this transition work? And then we have this toast notification with teleport. Also, all the repository for this entire project, this entire course, could be found at this link, which will be attached with this video. And then I would also like to share my YouTube channel, which you can find by searching for @Boydildik right here. And there I will be publishing Vue projects, so full projects, so keep an eye there. Now, the other important detail that I would like to share is that I could have easily made the entire course maybe 15-16 hours plus. I didn't do that. I kept it short because of two reasons. First, for beginners, you often have to watch one tutorial multiple times. So I don't want to waste 12 hours from your life just for watching one project. So you can really watch things real quick, understand the details that you have to, and also on the other hand for the seasoned pros, quick detailed tutorial is what you need. And that is the balance that this project tries to achieve. Now, the requirement for this course is pretty simple. We need the Google Chrome browser to run our own development projects. We will need Node.js, a runtime for JavaScript that executes our JavaScript code and allows us to work on Vue. We will need VS Code, and this is the IDE we are going to use to write our code in. So with these three tools downloaded and installed, you should open up Visual Studio Code, so this VS Code, and then you should come to this Extensions tab. And there we will need these 6 extensions, so you can search them here. The first one is Error Lens, and this gives us inline error view. You should also get this HTML CSS support, and I'm going to use this material icon theme. We will need Tailwind CSS IntelliSense extension, and lastly this Vue official extension. We can build our web applications via Vue in two different methods. First, via the CDN and then the CLI. Now, this CDN approach is only really okay for super short and quick demos. On the other hand, the CLI approach is what you want for real-world production workloads. And in this first course section, we will build a counter app 2 times using both the approaches. And from there on, moving forward for all future projects, we will stick to the CLI. I have this view folder inside of my documents and there this projects folder. So this view folder is what I'm going to use to contain all my projects. And here I'm going to create a new folder again. And for this, I'm going to say view dash counter dash CDN. And then this view dash counter dash CDN is the folder that I'm going to drag and drop into my VS Code workspace. Now, with us in the folder, I'm going to create an index.html file. Now, before we proceed any further, it is important that we make sure that we have an extension known as the live server by Ritvik Day. So let's get it. And with that, let's get back to our project. Now, the thing is, Vue.js, when using through the CDN, requires us to build our own HTML files. And then within that HTML file, we drop that CDN link. Let's see what. So in the HTML folder, or the HTML file, we can use this bang shortcut from emit abbreviation, which generates this boilerplate HTML code for us. And so in this title, I'm going to say view counter-cdn. And then we can right click on this index.html and open with live server. So the extension that we just installed. And we can visit this web page in a browser, and I'm going to use this Chrome browser like so. Now the great thing about this live server is that, for example, if we add something within the body of our HTML file, and body is the place that is this entire content area, so the area that we interact with. So if I write something, it shows here immediately without us refreshing or reloading this web page. So with that, our idea is that we have this h1 here, and here we have a text counter is, and then we are saying 0. And then I want to have two buttons, so button, and say here increment +1, and then the next one where we say decrement and -1. So two buttons and a counter. And the goal for this app is that we bring in Vue.js inside, which would give us the ability to click those buttons to manipulate that number here. So let's search for Vue, and inside of this view we have this get started, and I'm just going to come down just a bit, maybe here. Quick start, and then in quick start, if we scroll down just a bit, we come to this section using view from CDN. And this script link is what we need, and then we can paste it in the head section of our HTML, just like that. And with that already, we have the power of Vue at our fingertips within this HTML file. Now to use Vue, we need to import certain things, certain methods from this Vue library that we just imported in our project using this script from the CDN. So inside of this HTML, outside of the body, let's create a new script element. And in this script element, we need to get const, and then within this curly braces, create app. And this create app is a method available from that Vue that we imported within that script. So then we say create app, which is a method, And to this create app, we want to mount certain thing. So after that create app, we chain that mount method. And to this mount method, we need to pass an element within this HTML where Vue can access and perform its magic. And to do that, we ideally make a new div inside of the body and give this an ID of app. So then this ID app is what we can call here. So we say hash and then app. That's how you hook the ID. And of course, we want to put back all the HTML that we had. So essentially now, this create app method from that view is giving us this mount method, and then together, everything that we're going to write now is taken up and mounted to this div with the ID of app by Vue. So essentially, any magic that we perform using Vue within this script can then be used inside of the body, and this body is what shows up here in this web page. Next, this create app method takes an object, and within this object we make a setup function. So we say setup, opening and closing parentheses, and outside that the function body using that opening and closing curly braces. Inside of this function, we can declare variables, we can declare functions, and those variables and functions, we can make it public so that we can use it in the body. And to make things public, we have this return clause inside of which we declare whatever it is that we want to use outside. So for example, in this setup function, which is inside an object of the create app method, let's declare a variable const counter, let's say is equals to ABC. So now to use this counter in our markup, we make it available outside by putting it in this return clause. And so this counter is what we can use within this body now. So where we're saying this counter is 0, let's change this 0 to actually output this counter. And the expression we're going to use is this double mustache, and inside of this we can just declare the name of this counter like that. And with that, if we save now, you see this here reflects ABC just the way we declared here. Now this was just for demonstration. I don't want to keep it ABC but 0. I want to initialize this counter at 0. So the idea is whenever we restart or we open this app, it starts off at 0, and then we can click the button to manipulate the number. Next, let's make sure that one of these two buttons works to begin with. So let's work with this increment, where we have this opening tag for this button element of increment. In the opening tab, we can say at click, and then equals to, we get this double quotes. Now here, within this double quotes, we can simply pass a JavaScript expression, which is counter plus plus for the moment. And then this gives us the ability to click this button and make this number go up. But as you can see, nothing is going on. Our number stays the same and it doesn't increment by 1. And the reason is that this counter variable that we declared within the setup function of the create app method is not a reactive variable. It is a variable, but it doesn't react to changes. To make it react to changes, there where we imported create app method from Vue, we should also import ref method from Vue. And then this ref method can be used here after we declare a variable, and inside of this ref we initialize the value to 0. Now what it essentially does is it turns this counter variable into a reactive variable that reacts to various changes. And now you will see that if I click this button, it goes up. So we saw that one way of incrementing the value. Let's add another way. So for example, within this setup script, let's create a new function. Decrement. So function decrement is the name, and then in the body, I want to say that counter variable, and I want to decrease it by 1. So now in this function, we can't simply do counter minus minus like we did in the markup counter plus plus. That's because in Vue is intelligent enough that it unwraps it by itself and does the counter plus plus magic. Okay. But in the function, we can't simply call counter minus minus. We need to say counter dot value, so we point to that variable and the value within it, so counter dot value, and to that we do minus minus. And now to make this function work outside, we have to declare it within the return clause after the counter, separating by a comma. So with that declared, we can use this decrement for this decrement button, and there we can say again at click equals to, and within this double quotes, we pass the JavaScript expression, which in this case is the name of the function. Just like that. And now if I click this decrement button, it goes down, and if I click it to the increment, it goes up. So that was it for this Vue tutorial of the counter app using the CDN. Next, we're going to build the same exact app using the CLI, so the Vite build tool. Now, unlike last time, where inside of that Vue folder, we had to manually create another folder, useCounterCDN, to exclusively hold our project, this time we do not have to do it. Because this time, when we just select this mother containing folder, inside of it using the CLI, Vue is going to automatically generate individual project folders. So with that view now in our workspace, we can come to this terminal, and the way we create new project using Vite CLI is that we come to this install of this vue.org docs, and if you come down just a bit, we have this npm create view at latest command. Let's copy it. And here, let's paste it and hit enter. Now Vue is going to prompt us to a few questions which we should answer one by one. Now it is asking for the project name, and we want it to be Vue-counter. And we do not need TypeScript support at this point, no JSX, because JSX is for React. We do not want router and Pinia at this point, no need for vtest and end-to-end testing. We can grab ESLint and Prettier, but it doesn't really matter. Let's click enter to go to the next question. We do not need anything from here, so enter again. And it says skip all example and start with a blank Vue project. Let's go with yes. So then inside of that view, we can now see we have this Vue_counter created for us. So let's grab this and bring it into our workspace. Now to make this thing workable, runnable, the first thing we need to do is npm -i. So to install all the third-party packages, and one of those third-party package would be Vue itself. So with that npm install finished, it got all the third-party packages and it finished everything that it had to install. So now to run this project, we do npm -run -dev and hit enter. And with that, we get this link where our project is running. So let's grab that, and in a new tab, I'm going to paste it. So we are now here. It says you did it. Visit vue.org to read the documentation. We don't have to worry about it. Now, I hope you remember in the CDN part, we saw that in the index, within the body, we have a div with the ID of an app. And that is something we have here as well, but already made by the CLI for us. And then within the source folder, if we go to main.js, you see something very similar. We have this create app being imported from Vue. And then to that create app, we are mounting that ID app. So this ID is going here. But additionally, we have a new app here as well. And that is a component. So a Vue component, App.vue. And in this component is what we are bringing to this main.js. We are passing it here, and to this main component, which is in the create app method, and there we are mounting the entire app. So essentially, think of this app.vue as a Christmas tree. So you see there is one point at the top of the Christmas tree, and as you go down, the Christmas tree broadens, right? So that topmost point would be this app.vue, and this would be the parent of all the code and component that you are going to create next. So this is the parent component for all of them. So the root component. And so this root component is going to be hooked or linked to all the things that you are going to write in the future, right? Within this project. So this root component is inserted in this create app. So using that root component on all the child component, create app method creates a project from that root app. And all those things is then mounted to that div with this ID here. So now with that, let's work with the counter that we want to create. And for this project, we are going to create that counter within this app. Now in the next section, I'm going to dive deeper into all these files that has been created and all the things that we have here. For now, what's important is that we can remove this style scoped, and we have this template and this script. Now in template, we write all the visual parts and the data that needs to be shown. But in this script with this setup tag is where we write all the logic. So naturally here we say const counter, and we can say equals to 0. And now to use this counter outside, let's just remove everything here, and within this h1 we can say counter is colon, and then in the double mustache we pass that counter. And now if we save, we get counter is that counter. Now after this h1, I again want two buttons, so button, and here I say increment +1, and then a second button where we say decrement and -1, just like before, so like here. Now to make everything workable within this script tag, we again import that ref. So we say import, ref from view. And of course we need to use this ref method in this counter variable. So we say ref method, and to that we pass this initial value, which is 0. And now to make these buttons workable, for this first button, we want to pass a view on click directive, which is at click. And to this, I want to say counter ++. And for this second button, like before, I want to create a new function in the script. So function decrement, and inside of this function decrement, I want to call that counter variable, and there the value within it should be -. And to make this error go away, we simply use it in the button, again by calling that at click directive, and they're passing the decrement, so the function call. And with that, our app is running just like the one which was running in the previous example. Now, I want to take some time to explain what this ref is and why is it that in this script element with this setup tag, here we access those variable using that value, but in a template, we simply access it directly. Also, what this @click directive is, and what this template is, and what the script is. Now, first thing is first, this app.vue, so with this view extension, this is a view component. And a view component is mainly divided into two parts. So this template is where you write all the visual part, and in the script is where you write all the logical part. Now, the script is also the part where you can freely write any JavaScript. So for example, we declared this function, right? That is plain JavaScript. But this template is not a place where you write plain JavaScript because template is strictly under Vue's control. And so to write JavaScript there, you need special places. For example, this @click, and there within this double quotes, you can write JavaScript. And because this template is strictly controlled by Vue, Vue understands that you want to access that value within the counter. Now, why do I say the value within the counter? I didn't write any value within the counter. Well, that's because writing a ref method and passing some data there is like doing an object here with a value property set to 0. It's something like this. But when we use this ref, it automatically makes it that object with that value 0. And because ref is being used from the Vue library, Vue understands that this ref variable must be watched after. It needs to be updated, that it requires update whenever something changes. So that is something that is made available to us Vue, and that is something that Vue understands by itself. And that is the reason here within script tag, where we can write plain JavaScript, we need to access the dot value there. But in the template, we do not have to access the dot value because Vue understands you want to access the dot value there. Next, what this @click equals to, and then in double quotes. So what is it? Now this is a Vue directive, and this @click directive is used whenever you want to click something. So that is made available to you by Vue, and because this template is strictly under Vue's control, there you can write Vue specific expression. For example, this @click directive. And directives are used whenever you want to perform certain action using Vue. So this is the click directive. So the directive used to whenever you want to click certain items or you want to make certain items clickable. Now we have many other directives which we will explore one by one step at a time whenever we have to. Now let's talk about this project structure that got created when we generated this project using npm create Vue at latest. So at the top we have this .vs code, and this folder only exists here because we use this VS Code to generate this project. This folder would not exist if we were to use some other text editor, so some other IDE. Next, we have this node modules, and this node modules keeps track of all the third-party packages. And one of those third-party package is Vue itself. Also, if we install packages like Express or Tailwind, those things go inside here too, because all those are third-party packages by themselves. We then have this public folder, and this public folder has assets. For example, this favicon, which you can see here on the tab of the browser. So here you see this icon, and that icon is coming from this public folder where we have this icon given to us by the generated project itself. We then have this source folder, and this source folder where we write 99.9% of our code, because here stays all the application related logic, the components, and so on. Within this source folder, we also have this main.js, and I've already explained what this main.js does, that it connects the root element to the index.html's div with the ID of app here. Then we have two git ignore or git related files, which we do not have to worry about. And then we have our index.html, of course. Next, we have the package.json, and package.json contains command line related configurations or various different configurations. For example, we are running npm run dev, and the dev is configured here. So basically, doing npm run dev is like doing npm run vite. Also, later down the line, we are going to add script here, so you will see how much it saves us from writing over and over again. We then have a readme.md, and here you can write certain things that describes what your project is. Now lastly, we have this viteconfig.js, and here we initialize various third-party packages that we might use. For example, one of that is this Vue itself. We also have that Vue DevTools. Later, we will also bring Tailwind, so we will import Tailwind, and then we will plug that Tailwind to our project here. And because here you see that Vue DevTools has been plugged in, and the DevTool can be found here. If we click this button, and this is here because we generated this project using the CLI. And this Vue DevTool is something amazing, although it doesn't really show anything much because at this point we only have our root component. But if we were to have more and more component, you would see things listed there and all the various properties and things that this components expect or emits out. And those are things we are going to explore later down the line. Let's build this complete to-do application. And first, let's explore all its features. So I can add a new task. So third task. I can remove a task. I can edit a task. I can mark a task as complete, and I can mark a task as favorite. And then I can switch through the tabs to see which tasks are complete, incomplete, favorite, and list all the tasks. Also, I can search for a task. For example, third doesn't exist, but second does exist. And so let's build it out. Onwards to the next project, which is a to-do application. And for that, let's grab our project containing folder into the VS Code workspace. And then there we are going to initialize this new project by using the command npm space create space view at latest and hit enter. And then the first prompt is to name our project, which is going to be view-todo. Now the second prompt asks us for a few options that we want to include, and I just want to include this ESLint and Prettier because they help us write nicer looking code, and I do not want any other options. So no TypeScript, no JSX, no router, no Pinia, and no testing. Click enter to go to the next question, and for this next question too, I do not want any options. And then we have skip all example code and start with a blank view project. And for this, I will click yes. So click enter, and then our project got initialized. And then this is the project. I'll then drag again to the workspace so we can install all the third-party dependencies by doing npm space I or install. And just so you know, one of those third-party packages is Vue itself. So npm install finished and our project is ready to run. With that, we have this blank project, and we already know this index.html has this wrapper div with the ID of app, which Vue connects in this main.js, so that wrapper div to the root component app, and under this root component we are going to build our application. So this createApp method from Vue takes that root component and mounts it to that HTML. So our application can be served the moment this index.html is sent from the server to any client, so any browser. And this App.vue is a SFC, so a single file component, a Vue component, and a Vue component has three parts. First, we have this template, which holds the things that users can see, and this is where all our markups go. We then have this script with this setup tag section, and this is where we write all the logic and JavaScript. And then we have this style element with this scoped tag, and this is where we write our CSS. So essentially these three together forms an SFC, single file component, so a singular component that is self-sufficient with its logic, views, and styles. So let's remove everything from this template and let's get started. And inside of this template, I want a div with a class that says wrapper, because I want to write my entire view inside of this wrapper div so I can edit the styling thereon. Inside of this div, let's add an h1 and say Todo App. So that's it for now. Let's just stylize them a little bit. And in this style scope, then I'm going to call that app class. And there, let's set a max width of 500 pixel. Let's set some margin of 2 rem and auto. So 2 rem vertically and auto on the right and left. So it comes to the center horizontally. After the margin, let's add a font family, and let's say sans serif. Now after that, let's add text align, and I want to say center, so that our text is aligned to the center of this wrapper div. And with that, I can already run this app by coming to this terminal and saying npm space run space dev. So with that, we can visit this link, which I already have saved here. So I can click here to come into the view. Let's now understand bidirectional data binding in Vue. And what do I mean by that? First, let's add some code. So in this template, within this wrapper div, outside this h1, let's add another div. And then this div will be for the input class. So I'm going to add a class here, input-row, so I can style it later. And within this div of input row, let's add an input element of type text, and let's also add a placeholder here. So placeholder, and we can say add task here. So we have this add task here, and after that input, let's also add a button, and the button can simply say add, just like that. Now, to understand this two-way data binding within the script setup tag, where we write all our logic and JavaScript expressions, here let's create a variable. So const new task is equals to an empty string. Now we know to make this task reactive, we should import ref from Vue. So let's do that. Import in curly braces ref from Vue. And then we can use this ref to initialize this new task with an empty string. So essentially now, in our setup script, we have the ability that we can capture anything in this new task, so a string. And you can already imagine that this const new task variable is here so that we can capture anything that we want to write here. Now, to make it capture anything we write here, we need to bind this to the input here using what's called known as a v model. So v dash model and equals to, and in the double quotes we pass this new task just like that. And then this already with this reactive variable being used here and then this variable being hooked to it using the v model, we now have a two-way data binding. What does it mean? So two-way data binding means, you see we have this empty string here. So whenever we restart this app, we start with an empty string. For example, if I were to write here something and then restart the app, you see it is showing up here. So that's one way. Let's revert back to the empty string. And now also look at the second way. So from here to the application. Now to demonstrate that anything we write here is actually being captured in this new task, we should output the value of this new task. Let's do it here instead of this to-do app. For the moment, let's bring the double mustache syntax so we can show that new task from the script setup. With that, whatever we write here, you see, shows up here. So we have first way from here to here, and then the second way is from here back to here. And with that, I think I'll go back to that to-do app. Let's now move forward with actually adding a new task to our application. So we already have this div, which has the class of input row, and this div has this input and a button, just the way we see here. And in the setup script, we have initialized a new task variable inside of which we want to capture anything that we write here. So any new tasks that we want to add. And because we want to capture this task here in this variable, first we wrapped it with this ref method from view, which turns this new task into a reactive variable. So we can actually manipulate the data that we are capturing. And to hook this reactive variable to this new task using bidirectional data binding, we added this vModel data binding to that input where we plugged that new task variable to that vModel data binding. And so now let's work on this. We will need another variable inside of which we want to store all the tasks, because as you might imagine, in a to-do app you might have many to-dos, and this new task is responsible for capturing one single to-do at a time. This new task is not an array, so it doesn't keep track of all the past to-dos. And to keep track of the past to-dos, let's add a new variable, const to-dos, or maybe tasks, and make it equals to a new ref with an array initialized, so an empty array. Now for new tasks to be captured and put inside this task, we need a function. So within this setup script, let's create a function. And let's function, and let's name this function add task. And then opening and closing parentheses, then opening and closing curly braces. And inside of this, let's make a new variable const text, which is equals to that new task that we have here, and then the value that is inside of that. And I want to trim it from front and end of any white space. Then let's make a condition if no text. So if text is empty, I just want to return from this function. I don't want to proceed any further. Next, let's call the tasks. So tasks, and they're the value, so we can push something inside of it. So we say push, and to this push method, we want to pass a JavaScript object. Now, this JavaScript object would be one single to-do or task. So let's add an ID, and for the ID, to make sure that it is unique, I'll say date.now. So this will give us a random number sufficient for this application. Also, I want to pass the text, and the text property should take the text object from here that we are capturing from new task. So the text. And I want to set the completed to false, and also favorite to false, because a new task is not favorite yet and the new task is not complete yet. And after this, I want to set this input back to its original shape, so back to empty. So then I'm going to say new task dot value should equals to be empty string. And then this new task add task function is what we need to hook to this button. So let's come up, and where we have this button, we know to make something clickable, we have that at click directive, and to this we can pass a JavaScript expression. And in this case, the JavaScript expression we want to pass would be that add task function. So with that, we are ready to show everything. For example, within this add task, temporarily, let's just print out console.log, and we say tasks. Let's click save, and let's open inspect. So we go to the console, and let's add task. First task. Let's add new one. Second task. So you see we have our array size is increasing. And if we go to this value, there's the target, you see we have first task, second task. Perfect. Now while at it, let's also make sure that our inputs look good. So in the style scoped, let's add some styles. We already have this input row, so we can use it to style it. So let's call dot input row, and to this let's say display should be flex. Let's set the gap to be 0.5 rem. Let's say margin bottom set to 1 rem. And after this input row, let's add the styling for the general input, and we say flex grow to maybe 1. All right. Let's set some padding, and that would be 0.5 rem. Let's add some border radius and set it to 6 pixel. And last, for this class, let's add some border of 1 pixel solid and of somewhat of a black color. All right. And after this input, let's also style the button. And to this button, I'll add a padding. And the padding would be 0.5 rem in the x-axis, and for the y-axis, 1 rem. Let's add some border radius here of 6 pixel, and maybe some border of 1 pixel solid, and again that same CCC color. Outside that border, we add a cursor, so whenever we hover over it, we say pointer. So just like that. So with the ability of adding new task, we should now be able to render each of the tasks here. So outside of this div, which has a class of input row, outside that, let's create an unordered list UL. And to this UL, I'll give a class of task-list, so I can style it later. And inside of this UL, I will have list items. And this list items will have an input to begin with that would be of type checkbox, and then a span where I want to show text, so the input text. Now with this, UL being added. Inside of this list item, I want to render each of the tasks that we have. And for that, we have a v-for binding. So essentially a for in loop. So inside of this list item, because I want to render this list item multiple times for each of the tasks, I say v-for, and there I can say task in this tasks. So with that already, if I add first, gets here, then I add second, you see second time, I say third, and add, I get third time. So with that v-for, I must also add a colon key, so it keeps track of individual list items, and the unique property of a single task would be the task and there the .id. And with that we have no more errors. And so in this span where I'm showing task here, instead of saying task here, I want the double mustache so I can access that single task and there the text property, and Control S to save, so I get that first, second, third. And then I can say a new task and add enter, so it gets added here. And then let's add some styling for this list items. So in the style scoped block, let's add style for the task list, the style for the list item within the task list, and then for the span, when the list is done within the task list. And so with each of this task list already rendering, we can already click this button to make sure that this task items gets their completed property changed. And that completed property is what we added when we pushed a new task into the tasks value. So here. So to toggle that, inside of that input within the list item, we can call again the v model, so we can bind two-way binding to that completed for each task. And we simply call here that single task and there the completed. So doing that now gives us the ability to toggle the task complete or not complete. Now for each of this task item, I want to click this complete. And when I click this complete, I want the CSS to change conditionally. I want a line through the text. So in the style scoped block, let's add a CSS. So task list and then the list item with a done class for the span. So basically I just want a line through for the text. And the way we add conditional CSS would be that for this list item here, let's add a class of done. Let's say first. And you see that done class is already applied. There is this line through it, but I only want this line through if I click this checkbox. I don't want it to show at all times. The solution is that we bind this class. To bind something, we add a colon in front, and then within the curly braces, I want to add a JavaScript expression. So first, we will add this object notation, and then there we will set done is colon task.completed. So only when the task is completed, this done should be applied, because we are using this class binding. So with that, if we click this button, we get that line through. If we unclick it, that line through is gone. And hence, that is conditional CSS rendering. Now let's work on deleting a single task item. So let's add some more, maybe second, third, fourth, and so on. Now in this list item, before this input, I also want to add a button. So a button, and this button should maybe just say this X. And when I click this button, but first I'll give it a class of delete, and I'll use this class to style this button later. So on this button, I want to add a @click, and when I click this button, I want a function to execute, and that function would be remove task. And then that function should also take an ID for the task that should be removed from the tasks array. So I'll pass that single task and there the .id. So now let's add this function remove task. Back in the script setup, after this add task function, let's add that remove task function. So function, we say remove task, and in this function we accept an ID. So in the body, I want to call that tasks array, and there the value, and to that value should now equals to be tasks dot value, and I want to filter through all the things. So on this filter method, I will get a single task item as we iterate over them, and then there wherever the t.id is a match to the ID that we're getting, I want to just filter that item out. So just like that. So let's add some more. First, second, third, and let's remove the second one. Oh, actually this should be not equals to. Just like that. So first, second, third, and let's remove second. Second got removed, let's remove first, first got removed. And let's remove third, third got removed. Now to style things, I will come to this styles block and add this delete and this delete unhover. So we have something like this. Our app now has the ability to add task. We have the ability to toggle complete. We also have the ability to remove it. And of course, we have the ability to render each of the tasks that we add. So next, let's work on the ability that we can edit each of the tasks that we add. And my idea is for each of this list item, where we have the span within the list item that shows the text itself, I should be able to click this to start the edit flow. So essentially this span within the list item, so here at click, I want to start the function, so start edit. And to this start edit function, I want to pass the single task item that we are iterating over. So with that, let's go to the script section. And first we need two variables, two reactive variables. So const editing ID, and this will be equals to ref and initialized to null. And this variable here will track the ID of the list item that we want to edit currently. And then another const editing buffer will be equals to a ref that will be initialized to empty string. So essentially when we click an item and then we get a new input for editing, so what should that be? So editing ID and then editing buffer. Well, now let's work with the functions that works with edit. So starting the edit, canceling an edit, and finishing the edit. So function, we say start edit, and this function should accept the task. And within this function, I want to say editing ID, and its value should be this task that we're getting and its ID. And of course, I want to also set the editing buffer and its value to the task that we're getting and the text inside of it. Because what this does is when we click an item and then the edit input shows up, I want to pre-fill that input with already what I have and then edit from there. So after that, let's create the function of cancel edit, and this function will take no input. All I want to do is set both of this to their original state. So we say edit ID and its value should go back to null, and edit buffer and its value should go back to empty string, just like that. And the last function would be to finish up the editing. So function finish edit, and this function will also get the whole task. Now, when we click fire this function, first I want to do some safety check. If that editing ID and its value is not equals to the task that we are getting and its ID, I just want to close this function because then it's an error. After that, I want to get the editing buffer in a nice clean way. So I'm just going to create a helper variable, const trimmed is equals to that editing buffer dot value and then the trim method on it. And after that, I want to check if not trimmed. So if trimmed is empty, I just want to remove the task, because if we clean the input, right? So when we hit it and the input shows up and I remove everything and then click enter or save it, I want it to delete actually. So we call that remove task and then we pass the task and its ID. So it gets removed. But if that's not the case, else I want to set the task that we have. So this task that we are getting, and the text inside of it should now equals to be that trimmed. So that nicely trimmed value. And after all of this, I just want to call that cancel edit back. So I set everything back to its original state. So up until now, what we did is we made sure that when we click a span within this list item, we have the logic for starting an edit, canceling an edit, finishing an edit, and of course we are capturing the editable tasks ID in this variable and then the edit that we want in this variable. Now let's move to the template where we can show or let the user interact with. Now the idea is within this list item, I'll grab this button input and span out because now I want to conditionally render certain things. So first thing is that in this list item, I also want to have another class, and the name of that class is going to be editing. And then this class should only show up when that editing ID has the task.id. So essentially when we click the span, because that is the moment the start edit is going to fire and this editing ID is going to get an ID. And now within this list item, to show different inputs, I'm going to have two templates. So a template and then another template. Now this template will have a if statement. So if something is true, this template is going to show, and else this template is going to show. So for the second one, we have a velse, and for this first one, we give a v-if. And in this condition here, we write our expression. And this velse should be immediately after this vif, so that this velse knows it's else for which if. Now within this else, I'm going to paste those things back. And for this vif, let's start working. So this vif should only fire if that editing ID has a ID that is equals to a task. So it's essentially when we click a span and the editing ID has an ID. Now inside of it, let's add an input, and then this input should be binded to a v model using that edit buffer that we created. And then I'll also give it a class of edit-input so we can style it later. And so with this, let's give it a try. But first, I think we should also add the @click. So we start the edit here. So we're going to say, not really here, not really here. for this VLs, because that is what it's going to show normally, like this. So here we have that at start edit already. With this, let's give it a shot. So I click this here, and you see our edit is showing up. Now I can click something and hit enter, nothing happens. If I hit outside, nothing happens. Because those click outside, click enter is something we have to configure. But first, let's get the styling correct. Now let's look at various directives we have in Vue regarding inputs. So up there where we are showing this first template using that vif, and that template basically shows that input when we click something, because that editor ID becomes equals to the task ID. So there inside of that input, I want to add certain directives. The first one would be at key up. So when we click something, I want to listen for the .enter. So at key up .enter, I want to do that finish edit. And to this finish edit, I want to pass this task. So with this already, we can give it a try. So we add something. And now if we click this A and make it A2, and we click enter, this works because we added that directive, that input directive. Now the second thing is when we click this, you see, basically when I click this, I have to click inside this input a second time. I don't want this. I want this to be auto-focused here. So for that, we're going to say :ref, so a ref binding. And then this should equals to be, for example, an element. So EL, an element. And there I want to say element and EL dot focus. So if this element is true, and I want to focus to it. So with that, let's try again, and let's try to click it, and you see we have that autofocus. And of course we can click enter. So less mouse touching. Now also I want to add at key down, and there the .esc, the escape, so I can call cancel edit, so I don't have to work with edit anymore. So for example, I click here, and then if I click escape, I go back, I don't do anything. Additionally, I want to add at blur, and to this at blur, I want to add finish edit with the task. What this at blur does is, if I click here and then I click outside, it should work. Let's try again. Let's add something, and then I click here and then I click outside, it goes away. So that was the edit flow in its entirety. Next, let's start making our app even better. Let's add a favorite button after this delete button so we can favorite a task. So within this list item, we have these two templates which we are conditionally rendering. So this vif is firing and showing when we want to edit something, but nonetheless this velse template shows, which is this normal view. So here in this normal view template, after that delete button, I want to add another button. And then this button will get a class of bev, and that is something we are going to work on. Now, after that class, I want to add a @click because I want something to happen, and that something is going to be a function which is toggle fav, so toggle favorite. And to this function, I want to pass this task. Now, inside of this button, I want to show certain things conditionally. So within double mustache, I say task dot favorite. So if task is favorite, I want to show a star. So maybe for now we can say fav, or else we say no fav, just for now. Because it's not favorite, so it says no fav. And of course we need to work on this toggle fav function. So let's do that. In the script section, let's create a new function. So function toggle fav, and this expects a task. And in the function body, we call tasks so the tasks, and basically not really, we just change the task. So task dot favorite is equals to not task dot favorite. Uh, so with that, let's give it a shot. Let's add something and let's click this button. And as you can see, this changes. Now for this fav and no fav, I don't want to say fav and no fav, but I want to show certain things. So in Google, I can search for star, text emoji, and then on this first link, I get a filled star and a no filled star. So I'll show this filled star when it's favorite and this no filled star when it's not favorite. So with that, we have a look here. Basically, I think we should show Control X. And that is what we get. And let's finish it up by styling it because we have this fav class. And so in the style scoped, I'm going to add some CSS. So for fav and for no fav. So with that, we have this look and a bit of a transition. And that's all right. Next, let's work on searching and filtering tasks. Because if you remember in the demo, we have a second input where we can search for a task. Also, we had 4 buttons where we can toggle through various tasks. For example, all task, completed task, incompleted task, and favorite tasks. So for that, first, within this script setup, I guess you can already imagine, we need certain variables, reactive variables that captures our actions. So const search is equals to a ref method with an empty value. Because when we are searching for something and when the app starts, there shouldn't be anything, it should be empty. So hence this const search, and it is a reactive empty variable. Then I also want a const filters, because I'll have various filters, and then this should be another ref, not really ref, an array, and in this array I want certain filters. So I want to have all, I want to have completed, I want incomplete, and I want favorites. This is not a reactive variable, this is just a variable that has 4 different states, and then using the v-for loop we will generate a button for each of this. You will see. And then I want another variable, so const active filter, and then this will be a reactive variable, and to begin with it will be all. Because when we start the app, I want to show all the items. And then when we click on the item that we generate using v-for on these filters, so whenever we click on one of the button, I want that to be reacted here. So that thing should come here. And with that, we have our 3 variables ready. Let's now work on the input elements that we will have. So up there, after this add task input, let's add another input. So one more input, and this is going to be of type text with a placeholder, let's say, and we can say search here. And within this, we want to bind that search const variable. So we add vModel and we add that search to it. So there's that. And after this, I want to show the various buttons. So I'll create a new div, and for this, let's give it a class of filters. And within this div, I want a button, right? And then in this button, I'll add that v-for directive. So we generate buttons based on that filter array. So on this, I'll say v-for, and for each of the item within the filter. So I can just say F within filters. And of course, whenever using v-for, we should also add a colon key directive and pass it as F for now, because we don't have an ID in there. And for the text of the button, so the content within it, we will add that double mustache and simply pass that F. So with that, we have our 4 buttons. Now, additionally, I want to style it as well. So I'm going to add a class using the class binding. And what I want here is, in this object, I'll say active, which is my class name. And this should be only applied when active filter is equals to this F that we are clicking. So with that, our search and our buttons are now ready. And all that's left is that we should create a function and hook that function to both of this input and this div, so they get fired whenever we search something or whenever we click something. So let's add a at click here. So at click. At click, and on this at click I want to fire a function which I am going to name active filter. So the variable we have is this should be set to the filter that we are clicking on. So whichever filter we click on, I want that active filter to get that filter. And then, because we have certain styles here, certain classes that needs its styling, I'll also add the styling. So that would be this stylings here, this search input, this filter, this filter button, and that filter button active. So just like that. But then we also need a function that is going to work through these filters. So let's work on that. Now for this filter and this search to work properly, my idea is that it should depend on certain things. So what can it depend on? Now if we think about it, for example, when we search for a task in the search input, or for example when we click on any of the button, I want a function to run automatically, and that function should be responsible for manipulating the list of items that we have below here. So that function should show items in the list depending on our search term or maybe the button we clicked. And Vue gives us something amazing out of the box. In that Vue library, we have so-called computed properties, and this computed method is a method that runs whenever a reactive variable that this computed depends on changes. Let's see it in action. So after all those const search, active filter, and filter, let's create a new function, and I'm going to say const filtered tasks, and this filtered task is going to return us a list of tasks. And this is equals to that computed that we brought from Vue. And now to this computed, I want to pass a function. Now this function should return the tasks array and its value. So this is what it should do. But I just don't want to stop here. What I want to do is I want to filter through these values. So I want to say dot filter, and filter is a method which lets us filter through all the items, and each of the item can be named anything. I'm going to name it as T, and there I want to check if that T's text and to lowercase, and if the text to lowercase it includes, so it incl UDES. So it includes whatever is it that we're searching for. So that search and its value, and I'll set it to that lowercase as well. It just makes it easier to search. So if that is the case, it should return the items where there is a match within the search. After that, I also want to filter one more time for the buttons. So we get each item. I'll name it as T, and there within an object, I'm going to iterate over many conditions. So if the active filter dot value is triple equals to completed, then I just want to return T where the items are completed. And then we can search over the incompleted values, and then I want to return the not completed items. Likewise, I want to iterate through the items, and I want to search for filtered when things are in favorites mode. And then I just want to return the favorite items. But then again, if none of the buttons were clicked, I want to return the all. So after that, I'm just going to say return true. So it returns all the items regardless. So with that, our computed property is ready. And like I said, this computed property will run automatically whenever this search value changes or whenever this active filter changes. So whenever we click onto something or whenever we search something. And now let's use this filter task in that UL. So inside the UL, we have the LI, and in the LI, we are iterating over the tasks. I don't want to iterate over the tasks anymore. I want to iterate over the filter tasks. So with that, let's add some item. Let's say, oh, what's wrong? I think I have a bit of spelling mistake here. So here it should be lower case with capital C. And so with that, let's try again. Let's add A, let's add B, let's add C, and let's search for A. So you see, we only see A. We go to B, we only see B. Now what if I want to show completed? Nothing. But if I complete something, if I favorite something, now if I show complete, I only see the complete. The incomplete, we have two, and one of them is favorite. But there is only one favorite. Perfect. Now to bring our project to an end, let's make sure that whatever task that we enter gets saved to the local storage. So we can restart the app and we still retain all our information. So to begin, within the script setup, we need to import watch. And this watch method is going to watch through the task list, and it is going to save automatically whenever we do any change to it to the task list. So basically this task, or whenever we add anything to it. So essentially, if any changes are made to it. So at the end, I am going to add a function, and it's that watch that we imported from Vue is a method inside of which first we want to say that which variable is it that we want to watch. And I want to watch that tasks variable. And whenever something changes, I want to fire a function here. Now this function is going to call the local storage, which all browsers have. So the local storage, and there I want to set item. And the item that I want to set would be named tasks. And there I want to save JSON dot stringify. So I want to stringify my entire tasks dot value and save it as JSON. So tasks dot value. Now here, what we should additionally do is after this function, we should also add a second property within this object, which is known as deep, and set it to true. What this deep would do is it will make sure that this watch watches deep inside the task, because this task is not a simple list of text, right? It has various properties, so it has favorite and done, so on, and it should watch for those as well. So that's what happens when we add this dip to true. It watches the entire tasks, so all the internal properties of it. And now with that, whatever we write, we should be able to save, because now we are adding things, and because we have this watch, we are already saving it. But if we restart, we don't see anything. Well, that's because although we're saving, we don't have the option or the configuration of bringing those back. Now, to retrieve our saved task that we saved using this watch method, so whenever our tasks change, even if slightly, we want to save it. Now, the second task, or the last task, would be that we should retrieve those saved tasks. And for that, Vue has lifecycle methods. So whenever this app starts for the first time, whenever things change, and so on, there is a lot of life cycle methods, but the one that we would need is this onMounted. And this onMounted is a hook or a method that if we initialize, it's going to run only once when this app starts for the first time. So instead of this, we're going to run a function again. And here we're going to say const saved is equals to local storage. And from there, I want to get items using getItem. And we can get by using the same name that we used to save, which in this case is this tasks. So I want to get all the item that is under this task's name. And there I want to say if saved is true, I want to call the tasks.value, and to that I want to pass all those things. But because I JSONified everything, I should unwrap that JSON as well. So simply we call JSON.parse, and to this we pass saved. And with that, if I restart, you see we have our items from before. So for example, even if I click something and we close this entirely and then we revisit, you see all our data is being retained. So with that, our task or to-do application, our task manager came to an end. We have built an amazing app through which we have learned all the bits and pieces, various bits and pieces of Vue. Now, attached you will find the link to the GitHub repository where we have the full code. And I have tweaked the styling just a little bit so it looks nicer, but functionally it's just the same. You can go and have a look from top to bottom, and the entire file is then well commented just for you so you can read it easier. Onwards to this Courses Hub application. And this application right here is going to teach us all about Vue components. So how components can communicate to one another in various states, how we can have a common shared state, how we can have various loading states and error states and so on. And so after this project, you should be completely competent in understanding how components communicate to one another. Let's scaffold our new application, which is the Vue Courses application, and also let's install Tailwind with it. So first, let's do npm space create space view at latest. And of course, we are going to get prompted to a few questions, where the first question wants our name for the project, for which we are going to say view-courses. And then we have some options that we can select, and here we just want ESLint and prettier by clicking on space, and then enter to go to the next question. Now for this next third question, I do not want anything, so I'm simply going to click enter to go to the next question, where it asks skip all example code and start with a blank Vue project. And this time around we are going to say no, because we do not want a blank project anymore. So with that, we can drag our Vue courses into the workspace. And before we do npm I to install all the third-party packages, I also want to grab Tailwind for our project. So in Chrome, let's search for Tailwind. And in Tailwind, let's click this Get Started. Now, because we are using Vite, so the build tool for our Vue application, so this using Vite tab is what is going to point us or is going to show us how to grab Tailwind for our project. We can leave this first step because we have already created a project. We come to the second one where we need to npm install Tailwind at tailwind css/vite. So let's grab this and paste it back into our terminal. And now Tailwind and Vue, so all third-party packages is going to get downloaded and saved for our project in that node_modules folder that is going to get generated in a short while. So it took some time, but nonetheless, we have our node_modules, and with that, our third-party packages are in. All that's left is that we configure Tailwind for our project. So in this third section, we see that we need to import Tailwind into our project. And for that, we come to this viteconfig.js, and there, after all this import statement, we add that Tailwind import. Now let's grab this thing so that we configure Tailwind to work as a plugin for our project. And with that, all that's left is to make sure that we have a place where Tailwind can actually observe and make vanilla CSS from the Tailwind classes that we write. So we grab this and back into our project, there where we have this src folder, we see we now have this assets folder. And there we have this main.css. And this main.css has a lot of classes which we will remove shortly, but at the top let's add that import Tailwind. And with that we can launch this project and clear all these things that we have pre-generated. Next, let's run this project. So let's do npm space run space dev. And that then will spin up a local development server, which gives us the link to access our website. Let's grab this, and in a new tab, let's enter the link so we have a look at our generated website. Now, because we chose the template that we do not want any blank application, but we want a filled application, Vue generated this boilerplate website for us. Also in this browser where we have this dev tools, if we inspect it, now we get to see we don't just have this app component, but there is a lot more component under it. So this hello world would be this component, and then we have this welcome component inside of which we have more nested components. And component is the main focus of this entire course section, so courses app. Let's start working and let's remove all the components and styles that we have. So we expand the source, and in the assets we do not need this base and this logo, so let's remove those. Within the main CSS we have already imported our Tailwind CSS, and that is what we're going to leave here, and we will remove everything else because all our styles will be generated using Tailwind. Next, in the components folder, we have this icon component all the way up until this welcome item.vue. Select all, delete, remove it. Next, we come to this app.vue, and we're just going to Ctrl A and remove everything. Now, the great fact about this tutorial, because we are using Tailwind, we will have this template, and after that, the script with the setup. No more that style scoped, because we won't be writing any vanilla CSS anymore. but we will be writing inline CSS using Tailwind. So we do not need this anymore. And so with that, let's add some text. And also in the index.html, I have this class because I want to add some color to it. I'm going to say class bg-slate-50. So I get that nice grayish look. And within this template, let's add some text. So we do h3 and we can say courses hub, and not really h3, let's go with h1 because that is the main title. And after that I want an h2 where I say all courses, and after that one more h2 where I say your courses. Now let's add some styling for this text. So for this h1 I'll add a class with text-4xl, so it's a bit bigger. And to make the font weight a bit bolder, let's say font-medium. Now likewise for both of this h2, let's add some class and say text-2xl with font medium. And then this is the same exact style I also want for the second h2. So with that, from the next lecture on, let's dive deep straight into components. Alright, let's create a new component that would show a card, and the card will have a title of the course, the price of the course, and then some description. And also with a button that says buy. But we will go there step by step. Now that item will be a different component by itself, because we do not want to clutter this App.vue in its entirety. We want to separate out, modular our application so it's maintainable. So back in that components folder, I'm going to create a new component, and the convention is that you name it in Pascal case, which means all words start with capital letters. And I'm going to call it CourseItem.view. Now this CourseItem.view, and basically any SFC, so any single file component, so any view component must have at least a template. And template cannot be empty. So for now, let's just add a div and say card. And let's now already have a look at how do we use this component inside another component. So in that setup script, we have to import it. So we say import, and then the name of the component, which in this case is that course item. And I want to import it from at, and at means source folder. So at /components/course item. And then this component can be used under this h2 because that is where I want to put it. So I add it just like a normal HTML, just like that. And with that, if we save it, well, nothing really showed up. Yeah, sometimes we have to reload the browser to make things work. And you see that card is showing up, which is this card that we made. Now let's style our course item. Because this course item is going to represent courses by itself, I think it makes sense that we prepare it in such a way. So first let's add this div, and to this div I'll give it some class where I want to set the background color of this div to be bg-white. Also I want some border, and the border will have a color of gray of 200, and the div should have a roundedness, so rounded MD, so medium rounded. And then inside we want to have that h3 where we say title, and after that h3 another padding where we are going to output the price, and after that one more p element where we want to have the description. Now for this individual parts, let's add some styling. So class, I'll say padding 4 and text medium with a border dash B and border gray 200. For this second one again, I'm going to add all this. So I can just grab this class and paste it here and here. But for the last one, we do not need a border bottom and no border color. So that would be then our card here. And for this outer div, also let's add some padding. So I'm going to say p4. And if we save it, no need, it's too much. So now with that, our course item is ready. Let's now output it such that we can show it multiple times. Now we already know the way we show something multiple times would be to use that v4 directive. So in this course item, I want to do that. So here I'll do v-4, and so we get a for in loop. For now, we will just render it on integer. So we're going to say I in 4, and because we are using v4, we should also add the key binding, for which I'll simply pass this I at the moment. So with that, if I save, we now have that course item being rendered to us 4 times. But that's not it. I think I should also add some spacing for all the items. So in this App.vue, I'll grab all of this and add a div. And on this div, I'll add a class of padding 4 and space in the y-axis of 8. With that, let's paste everything back, and if we save, we now have some nicer looking styling. And actually, let's remove it from 4 to 2. So yes, that is looking much better. Now you could also say that each of this card is taking too much width when we have a much bigger screen. And maybe we can show this card multiple times in a single row. For that, we can use grids, and using Tailwind and doing grids, it's so much easy. Let's grab this component, which we are rendering multiple times, and let's wrap it in a div or maybe a section, whatever you want. And there, let's add a class and say grid, and then grid-calls, so columns, and let's say 2 for the moment. And already you see it's being rendered 2 times. Let's also add some gap, so gap of maybe 4 or 8. All right. Now the thing is, in the smallest of size, I want it to be once, but when I increase, I want it to increase. I want more cards. So I'll initialize it to be grid calls 1, but then when we cross the medium size, I want it to be grid calls 2, and for large size, I want grid calls 3. So let's save it, and you see we're in the small size, so we are taking the entire space and we are showing it once. Then we cross the medium size, now we show 2 items. And then when we cross the third size, so the large size, now we have space for 3 items. So for example, if I make it 3, you see, we show it 3 times. So at this point, we created our component, which then we are rendering in App.vue as in a for loop, so in a for in loop, using that v4 binding. Now, you can already imagine the usefulness of components comes from the fact that we can pass dynamic data to these components, which then would be reflected. And because this course item is a child component of this App.vue, we want to make it such that we can pass data from this parent to the child. And for this child to accept data from its parent, we need so-called defineProps. So That is something we get from Vue itself. And in this CourseItem.vue, there in the script setup tag, we will bring that define props. So we say define props, which is a method. Now this define props method will take an object and we will define some properties here. So for example, the title, which should be string. We will add a price, which will be number, and a description. So a description that will be a string too. And then from this define props, we want to display the data in this template. So this title should come here, and we are going to use the mustache symbol to output the title. For the price, again, double mustache, and then there the price. And in the description, double mustache again with the description output. So with that, our component is now ready to show the data, and you can see the components are now empty because we are not passing anything from this parent to the child. So now to pass data from this parent to its child, it's easy. It's just like passing attributes to HTML elements. For example, we say title, and to this we pass, let's say, a view course. The price, let's say 9.99, and the description 0 to hero in Vue.js. And if we Control S to save it, you see we have that output, although dummy, but we have that our defined output for all these cards. So we did see how a parent can communicate to its child using these define props that we mention in the child, and then that define props accepts values from its parent, where we initialize that child component as attributes of HTML. Now let's have a look at how child can pass data back to its parent. And for that, we are going to learn about defining emits. So we learned about define props for parents to child, and now we're going to learn define emits for child to parent. And for that, within our course item, I want to add a button. So here, I'm going to add a div. And within this div, let's add a button. And I'm going to say here maybe purchase. Now for this button, let's give it some class and styling. So I'm going to say border gray 200, rounded full. So padding X of 3 and padding Y of 1. So that's something we have. And also maybe some padding of 4. So padding 4. And for all of this, not really here. And by the way, when we hover over it, so when we hover here, I want the BG to be gray 100. So something like that. And now I also want to place it at this right end. So this wrapper div of this button, I'm going to say class flex justify end and padding of 4. So there's what we have. And now with that, we can already jump in to see how that communication from child to the parent works. So like I said, we need to define emits. So we say define emits, and this is a method from Vue. And in this we pass array because we can declare individual events that needs to be emitted here. So here we're just going to say click event. It's just the name of the event we are giving. And so in this button, when we click it, I want this event to fire. So we say @click because that's how we do anything with clicks. And then in this @click, we say $emit. And then in brackets, we mention the name, which is that click. And with this already, so we define that emit with a name, and then we are emitting it on click. And with this already in that app.vue, where we have the child component, you will see we have that @click here already. For example, if I were to name it @meow for example, and then we emit that meow here, then this would become at meow, just like that. But let's change back to click. Nonetheless, when this click happens, so whenever we click this, in this parent, I want to do some action. What I want to do is console.log, and here I want to say button clicked. And now let's open our inspect, and there the console. And if I click something, you see this button click is showing up. So with parent to child using defineProps and child to parent using defineEmits, we learned how parent and child can communicate to one another. But as you can see, this defineEmits registers an event, and then we can send something. And for this defineProps, we also communicate using these properties and this data. But what if we want to transfer entire markups? So for example, this entire P and this div with this emit and all those things. Well, that is where slot comes into play, and that would be the third way of communication. And slot basically doesn't just accept data, it accepts whole markups, so to say, or even components. Let's have a look. Now, the practical example I want to use for this slot example would be that here in this course item, we have this wrapper div, which is then this entire outside of the card. Because now we are using this outside of this card. So for example, if I remove all of this, you see the entire styling for the overall card is gone. So this card is being used here. And later, I also want to use this card in a different fashion for your courses section. So it only makes sense that we extract it out of this course item, and so we make it reusable. And to do so, I'm going to make a new component here, and I'm going to say rounded card.view. And here we will have a template. Oh, so we get a template here. And within this template, I want to bring on this much, so the outer div. So I'm just going to grab it from here and paste it here. And because I want this outer div, I'm going to remove everything from the between. And so all this between content that we removed, I want to pass it from this course item to this rounded card. So there, where we had all the content for that rounded card, I will simply pass this thing called slot. And slot looks like a normal HTML element, but this thing is being exposed from view. So with this slot now ready in this rounded card, let's go back to course item. And here I'm going to import that rounded card so I can use it. So import rounded card from @/components/rounded card. And then this rounded card is what I want to use instead of this div. So I say this rounded card here and here. So basically, we now have no change in our behavior, but we have a reusable rounded card that accepts dynamic data, and then this rounded card is something that we can use in multiple places of our application. So with our rounded card in hand, let's now use it to show something for this Your Courses section. So let's reuse this card. We are using it for this course item, which we are displaying for this all courses section. Now we want a new component that would reuse this rounded card, and that would show for this Your Courses section. So naturally, let's create a new component, and let's call it maybe booking item, or maybe, yeah, let's stick with that, booking item dot view. And then in there we have that template. Let's just add a div with booking for now. Now next, we also need the script with the setup. That's because we want to import that rounded card. So we say import rounded card from, and then the path. So at/components/rounded card. Now let's use this. So within this div, I'm going to say rounded card like an HTML. And to that, I just want to pass maybe view course. And let's use this booking item now in our app.vue. So there, I want to import that booking item, and this should be at/components/booking item.view. And now I also want to show it as a list. So I'm going to use a div here with a class of grid, and grid calls to 1 with a gap of 4. And then in between, I am going to call this booking item like an HTML, and I want to render it 2 times. So of course I'm going to add v-4 with I, and in source to be 2. And outside that 4, also we need that key binding, where I'll simply pass that I. And with that, if we now have a look, we have this look going on. Now let's make it a bit better. We go to that booking item, and to this wrapper div, I'm going to pass a class of padding 4. Well, the thing would be that within this rounded card, we don't make this outside div, but inside, let's make a div with padding 4. So class padding 4, and then there we pass view course. So with that, we now have a nicer looking card, and now we are reusing this rounded card for both of this course item and this booking item, as you can see. So with that default slot learned, we should know that slot just doesn't end here. This was a basic unnamed default slot. There is something else known as named slot. So slots that has name. And the thing is, you see in our tiny little website, we have already used this rounded card in 2 places. Now you might imagine in a larger application, you might want to use this rounded card look in multiple places. For example, where you have admin section, where you want to put settings and input section and product section and so on. You might want that. And to make our application more dynamic and flexible, we have the concept of named slot. So moving forward, for this course item and then this booking item, I'm not going to use this rounded card anymore, because I want to take this rounded card and move it one step, or abstract it just a step further. So we have something more flexible, because you see this 3 sections of a card is something we might have for some other place, maybe reviews and so on. Don't worry, I will do the coding and explain, so it becomes water easy for you. Let's create a new component, and I'm going to call it card sections.view. Now in this card sections.view, we need template, and within this template, after that I also want a script with the setup. Now my idea is here that I want to import that rounded card. So that rounded card from at/components/rounded card. And then this rounded card is what I will put here. Now it just doesn't end here. Within this rounded card, I will have 3 different slots. So a place that will take this head section, a place that will take this body section, and then a place that will take this foot section, so the footer section. So I'm going to say slot, and I'm going to give it a name by saying hash and then header. Sorry, it takes a name. By saying name and passing a name, which in this case I'll say header. Now just for the sake of demonstration, I'll keep a unnamed slot just like before, so we see how named slot and unnamed slot works. and then a third slot, which I'll give a name of footer. Now, basically, my idea is that I want to bring the items from this course section into this cart section. So from that course items. So just for the time being, I'm going to grab all of this. So Control C, and I'm going to momentarily paste it here in our cart section, because I want some default styling for 3 of these slots that we have. So for this first one, I want these stylings that this H3 has. So I'm just going to take this H3, come up here, and instead of this title, I'm going to use this slot between the contents of that H3. And then this shouldn't be H3 anymore, it can be a div, just to be more general. And I think we can make some good spacing here. Alright, now for this second one, I want this item, so I'll grab it. And of course this shouldn't be a P anymore, but better to make it a div, just to be more generic. And then between the contents, I'm going to grab this slot and paste right here. Now for this last one, let's grab this slot, and I want this slot to be a part of this div here, this div with this padding 4. So I'm just going to remove all of this and add that slot back in. So with that, we have a cart section that has predefined slots, and that the slots has its own styling. Let's now use this slot in course item and then later in booking item, so we see how does it look like. So like I said, in course item, I don't want to use this rounded card anymore, but I want to use my card sections. So we don't need this import of rounded card anymore, but now it should be that card sections, like so. And to use it, I'm just going to change that rounded card to now say card section. And with that, let's now have a look what we have. So I'm going to save it, and you see we now have an extra top section and an extra bottom section. Now the reason for it is when we have this name slot and then default slot and the name slot, so there where we use it, because we are not mentioning that which items should go into that named slot, all the slot, so basically all the items automatically goes to that unnamed default slot. And that is why we have this middle section, and then this empty top and bottom section is being rendered from this named header and footer slots. So now let's make a proper arrangement, and let's make sure that things go to its original places. So in this cart section, we have 3 slots, right? And to use those name slots, we use a template. And then in this template, we say hash followed by the name. As you can see, it already appears here. So in this header, I already have styles that matches that H3. So I'm just going to take this title and pass it here. And if I save it, you see that title is now showing in its proper place. We then have the other template, which would go for the default slot, and there I just want to pass this price. And if I save it, we have something. And now for the last template, which would be the footer slot, I'm going to say hash footer, and then therein I'm going to take this padding and then this div. So the button div and the padding, which says description. So the paragraph, I'm just going to grab it. We don't need this anymore. And I'm going to paste it right in between the footer template. So save it. And there we have it. Now the thing is, this template, this unnamed template, should bear the name of default. So hash default. And like that, we already have the look we wanted or the look we had from before. One thing you should know that if you don't mention anything for the default template, so for example, let me grab this and let me remove this, and if I paste it just like that, this, by the way, would also act the same. It would automatically create a template default and pass the data right where it should go, so to that default slot. Alright, onwards to conditional slots rendering and conditional CSS applying. Because as you can see, our Your Courses section has those card sections, which is looking a bit odd. It has this empty head and empty footer. So we should make our card section such that it only shows that header section or this header part or the footer part if there is some data that should be displayed. So in this card section, where we have this header slot, and then in that parent div, we want to insert some logic. We are going to say v-if, and then in equals to double quotes, we're going to say $slot.header. So if that is true, so if slot header is true, we want to render it. So with that, if I save it, you see the header section is already gone from here. Now, of course, likewise, I also want the same for this footer. So in this div of the footer slot, I'm going to add that v-if, and there say $slots.footer, and Control S to save it. With that, our header and footer is gone, and it now looks way better. But we still have a problem. The problem is this Your Courses section is still rendering that bottom border, which is not necessary if you think. And this is where we need to learn about conditional CSS. So for example, if I increase this border to now say border be 20, you see we have this gigantic border. And so we are going to bind this class and pass JavaScript expression. So here, because we want to bind certain things, we add that colon first, and then I'll grab all of this. And within single quotes, I'll pass those classes back, and I'm going to say true. The problem was this should be within an object. And then in single quotes, I pass the classes, which is true. So now you can imagine this padding 4 should always be there. But this border and this border color should only be there if there is a footer. So I'll grab it outside of this and then separate this expression by a comma, and then within single tags, single quotes, I'm going to post that back in. And then outside, I'm going to say $slots.footer. So if footer is present, this border and border color should be appearing. So with that, if we save it, you see we have this border for this all courses card, but no border here for all your courses. And let's change that back to just border bottom. So that was it for conditional slots rendering and conditional CSS rendering. So with a lot of flexibility and reusability in our app, one last reusability for the moment would be that in this all courses cards, we have this button, this purchase button. Now later we also want a button for this your courses items. So we have a button at the end here, which we can click to remove the things we buy or maybe report, whatever. So my idea is that I want to reuse this button for both the places. Just that then the buttons will have different text between it and different styling for both of them. And also when we click on the button, different actions should happen. So I'll go to that rounded card, not really, this course item, and I'm going to close everything else. There where we have this button, I want to grab it out. So I'm just going to copy it for the moment, and I'm going to create a new component, and I'm going to call it rounded button.view. And then in there, of course, we need the template first. and then a script with the setup tag. And now in this template, I'll simply add div, and between the div, I'll keep that button. Now for this button, what are the things we need? If you think about it first, instead of this hard-coded purchase, we should use a slot so we can pass various text to it. And also we need that emit to be declared here as well. So in the script, I'm going to say defineEmits, and in this method, we pass an array, and here I'm going to name it click. So our emits is now locked in. And with that, we can use this rounded button in this course item. So we should import it. Import rounded button from @/components/rounded button.vue. And then this rounded button is what I want to use here. So just like that. Now this rounded button will have this purchase as its default slot. And of course, we also need to pass an @click. So we emit everything. So basically this thing here. And with that, I'm going to remove this rounded card, that extra button. So we are left here with our button. And if I right click and inspect and go to console, if I click it, we can see that our button is working. Now this same exact button should also be used within that booking item. So let's go there and let's import this rounded button here so that we can use it. So inside of this div, let's add outside. So we add another, let's just add our rounded button. So our rounded button with, let's say, report. So we have our report, but I want this button to be next to this div. So I'm just going to wrap it in a new div. And I'm going to say class flex and justify between. And I'm going to also say item align center, maybe item center. All right, so they're perfectly centered. And now we have this exact button being rendered in two different places. Now, just for demonstration, I would also like to show how we can handle that click here. For example, here at this @click, I want to do again console.log, and this time, let's say, report it. So with that, if I open the console tab and click this report button, you see it says reported, but if I click this purchase button, it says button clicked. Now in the next lesson, we are going to make variants of these two buttons, this round button, so both the places shows two different looks. So with our rounded card being extracted and reused in multiple places, I also want to introduce the concept of component variants. So one component having multiple faces, you could say. For this rounded button, maybe the look that we have now, it should be the default look. And this default look might be used for anywhere where we don't explicitly say which look we want. For example, in this Your Courses section, we might want to say that this button should have a danger look, so a red style, so to say. Now, to work with that, first of all, we want to pass some data to this rounded button. And the way we pass data to a component would be that we say defineProps if we want to pass down the component. And in this method, I want this JavaScript object where I'm going to name a property, and that would be variant. And then this variant itself is an object. And because I want to add a default value to it, I also should add this type. which I'll set to string. And they also take a default value. So I'm going to say default default, and I'm going to set it as default. And you will see what this is. And before this, above this, I'm going to mention a const variance variable. And then this variance will be an object which has two key and two value pairs. So the first one would be default, and this will have some styling. So you can imagine from this button, we want this border, the border gray, and yeah, first the border and the border gray. Also maybe this hover border color, so background color is something we want. So I'm just going to grab it out of here and paste it here. And the other variant I want would be a danger variant. And for this danger variant, I think I want, first I want to change the background. So BG red to 200. And I want this border color to change as well. So the border color should be, I don't know, maybe no need for a border color. The text will have a color of red 900, and when the button is enabled and hovered upon, so sudo enabled, sudo hovered, I want the background color to change to red 100. So now we should plug these styles to these classes. And because we want to bind some classes, we add that colon first of all. And I'm going to grab everything out of it. And this time I'm going to use an angled bracket. And in single quotes, I'll pass those things back in. And I'm going to set this just normally, so no need to say true. Now the next style that should be added would be the variance. So this variance and there whichever variant that we get. So variance, and we want to index them by the variant. And let's try this already. We can add something to this course item, but if we don't add something, it will automatically resort back to default. But in this booking item, if we say variant and we say danger, we show this red thingy here. Now one more thing would be that in this rounded button, we should add a safety net, because now you see this variant is, if we pass nothing, we show default. But if we pass that danger value, we get the danger styling from here to there. But what if we make a mistake? What if we say danger us? You see, that's a problem. And so we should add a safety net, and that would be here we say double question mark, and if something goes wrong, we just want to show variance dot default. And with this in our booking item, even if we make a mistake, you see we show the default styling. Our static UI for this application is now ready. Well, it's now time that we move forward with making sure that we learn how to send data to a server, how to fetch data from there, and how to have various loading states. And for that, we are going to use a development API server. And to install it, we're going to do npm space I space dash dash save dash dev. And then space JSON dash server. This would be the name of that package. And we need a specific version. So at 0.17.4. And with that, if we hit enter, we will get this package into our workspace. And now we have to configure it. So we go to package.json, and there where we have that scripts, we add a new script. And the name of this script is going to be server. And the command that this script is going to run is JSON dash server and then dash dash watch space db.json. So db.json is what we are going to create, and there we will store all the data. And then after a space dash dash delay, and we want a delay of 3 seconds, so equals to 3000. And then space, we need to specify a port for this dummy development server. So dash dash port space 3001. And with this, we should now create a new file to hold the data that we want to send and receive. So the mock server that we want to use. So db.json into our root. And there first let's create this object literal. And then within we will have two key value pairs. The first one is courses, which is a list. And then I'll have another one, which would be booking, so things we bought, and then that would be another list. Now for this first one, let's add 3 courses. So using this object literal, let's add an ID, so all courses are unique, and I'll set it, this should be actually within double quotes, so ID, that would be 1, then let's say the title, that is for example 9.99. Let's set, what do we have? We have ID title, the description, so description, and that would be 0 to hero view course. And lastly, one more property, that would be bot. So is it bot? And I'm just going to say false for all the items that we are going to create. So that was 1, and then one more time, that would be 2, and oh, there we have title, and we should have a price. So this should be price, and we also need a title. So a title, and that would be, for example, for the second one, we say go course. And for this first one, we will need one as well. And there we say view course. And let's add one more. So this is going to be 3, and let's make it Dart course. Just like that. And we can already run this server in a different terminal. Let's say npm run server. And you see we get our 2 endpoints, one for the courses and the other for the bookings. And with that, let's also run our web server. That would be npm space run space dev. So 2 running in 2 separate terminals. With our JSON server now up and running, we should fetch those dynamic courses, because those courses are what I want to display here in all courses. I don't want to simply display this dummy fixed data, but we should get data from API and show the data that we are fetching. And the idea is that we want to fetch all those data in this App.vue, and because in this App.vue we have that CourseItem Component, so here in this App.vue we are going to fetch all those data and pass those data dynamically in this course item. And because we will get those data, so all those course data, and we are going to save it in an array, so then we are also going to modify this v4, so that for in loop, so that v4 directive, and we are going to pass not this dummy int2 anymore, but we are going to pass dynamic array, so we can iterate over the array. And because we want to fetch certain things and store it in a variable, and for this variable to reflect on the UI, we need to wrap that variable in a ref. I'm sure you already know that. So let's import ref from view. And now let's create a new const variable. So const courses is equals to a ref, and we initialize it. So initialize this method with an empty array. And then let's create the function. So const fetch courses is equals to an async and then an arrow function. And the process of getting the data would be, we are going to expect a response from the API. So we say const response. So we create a variable to store the response, and is equals to await, and then we call the native fetch API that we have for all browsers, and there I want to pass the endpoint of this courses. So in single quotes, I pass it here. And so after we get this response, I want to save it in this courses variable. So I call that courses, and there the value, and to that I pass await and then say response, and I want to get it out of the JSON. So JSON, I call the JSON method on it. So with this fetch courses should run when we turn this application on. And for that, we want the onMounted hook. So this onMounted hook can then be called, and then onMounted is only going to run when this app starts for the first time. And there within this expression, I'm going to call that fetch courses. So with this, we can then use this courses variable up there where we have that CourseItem Component. So instead of iterating over this number, I want to iterate over the course, and I'll get a single course. And this course also has an ID which is unique. So that is what I'll pass for this key. So course.id. And because I want to pass dynamic data to all of this, I should bind those dynamic data to these properties. And so we're going to now add the colon in front, and there we are going to now use double mustache and say course.title. And we are going to do the same for the price. So let's say course.price, and then for description, let's do course.description. But I think we don't need the double mustache. Yeah, we don't need the double mustache because we are not showing anything here. We're just passing data. So with that, let's save. And with that, I think, oh yes, we are now rendering dynamic components. Our data is coming from API, nothing is hard-coded, and we show view course, go course, and dart course. Perfect. Let's have a look at the way we are loading the things in. So whenever we start this, we see we have this empty place. Let's start with the loading process. So we make the loading process much smoother. The idea is that we want a loading flag. So I'm just going to make a const loading variable and set it to ref, and it should be initialized with false. And the idea is if this loading is true, I don't want to show any of this, but instead I want to show here a loading indicator or something. And this should be false. So whenever we then run this fetch course function, first we reset this. We set loading and its value to true, and at the end of this function we should set it back to its original state, which is false. So loading.value is equals to false. And actually many things can go wrong here, and we will stay stuck in the loading state to true forever if anything goes wrong. So we should get it out and wrap it in a try finally block. So try, so the code that might go wrong, and then in a finally block we set that loading value to false. So no matter what, we set it to false after some time. And so with this loading variable in place, I'll go up here. So we have a div section which is responsible for the grid, and outside that I'm going to make another div, and there I'm going to say v-if. So if we are loading, I only want to show this div then, and here I'm just going to say courses are loading. And if that is not the case, here I'm going to use v-else. So we only show one of the two. So now let's restart. We see we have this courses are loading, and then after some time we slot in the actual course item components. And so with the loading state now being shown, you see in real-world websites, we don't say that course is loading. That's yuck. Actually, we show an element like this that then changes, right? We have a pulsating animation and then a pulsating card that changes to the real card. And so we're going to make a skeleton that looks like this. In the component, let's create a skeleton CourseItem.view. And there, first, of course, we need the template. And actually, I think we are going to need the rounded card here. So let's bring the script with the setup and let's import rounded cards. So import rounded card, and this should be at/components/rounded card. So this rounded card is what we want to use inside. And then the idea is that first let's use it in this App.vue so we get at least we get to see how does it look like. So in App.vue, let's import it. I'm going to say import skeleton course item from at/components/skeleton course item. And then this skeleton course item, let's just output it first. Like that. So we at least have some sort of look. Now for this rounded item, rounded card within that skeleton course item, let's start the design process. Let's add a div first of all. And this div will get a class of flex and flex-call because inside we will have two divisions now. So the first division will get a class and it will have a height of, let's say, 36 and a BG of gray 300. And of course we want to send it. This is already rounded, no problem. Let's add a border with a border of gray 200. All right. And after that, we need one more division. So maybe this can be 18. And we don't need this BG white here anymore. We just want two items inside. So here, instead of this, I'm going to add two more divs. So this first div will have a class of BG-gray 300 and rounded full with a height of, let's say, 8 and a width of 24. Let's make it 36. And I think we should give it some sort of a padding. And actually here I'm going to say justify between. What's wrong? We have this too. And let's put here item center or maybe align center. Align, I don't know what's wrong. Let's add flex here with item center. All right. And so after that, I think we also want some sort of padding. So here, let's also add a padding of 4. And then at the end, I still want to justify end here. Justify end, because then I'm going to add another div to show something like a button. Maybe justify between. All right, and this can be of height 6 with a width of maybe 18. All right, that looks good. Now all that's left is that we show this instead of that course is loading. So in that App.vue, we already have this, and we want to show that here instead of course is loading. And actually, we're also going to call the v-4 here, so we show it, I don't know, 4 times. So I in 4, and we need to give it that colon key, and there I'll pass that I. Now again, I'm going to use this grid style from here, so I'm just going to grab this and paste it up here. And with that, if we refresh, we have that super amazing look that changes to the real card. We are now able to fetch the courses from the internet. And so it only makes sense that now we should be able to click this purchase button and really book something for real. So in this Your Course section, we show real value. And to do so, first I'll create the function that will be responsible for getting this course and then posting it to the server. And for that, after this const fetch course, I'm going to create a new function. So const, what should it be? Maybe register course. And then here, this will be an async function as well. And inside, first of all, I want to actually get a booking, get a course, and then I want to edit it just a bit. So of course I need to get the course in this function from outside, and for that let's expect it here. So I say a course. So now with that, let's create a new variable and say new course, for example, and to this I want to set some properties. The properties could match the db.json, and we can get one of this from here. And let's just paste it here, just like that. And then this ID, we want to generate it randomly. So I'm going to say date.now. And then to that now, I'm going to say toString, because that now gives us a number. For the title, we want the course that we are getting, and there the title. For the price, the course.price. And for the description, we have course.description. Now here at this point, I still want to keep the status as pending. Later, we will change it to confirm. So after this new variable, let's work with the function that it would be actually responsible for sending the data. So we say await, and then again fetch. And to this fetch, let's pass the endpoint, which would be this bookings endpoint. Now here we should also pass some other configurations. So separated by a comma, I'm going to add this object notation, and in that we need to specify some options. So the method for posting something to the server is post. Then we have what's known as headers, and in headers we specify some types. So the first one is going to be content dash type, just like that. So C capital and T capital, and the value for it is going to be application slash JSON, because JSON is the format that we are going to use for transmitting our data. And after that, we want the body, and body is what is going to contain our real new course data. So there I just want to call JSON, and to that I want to call stringify, because I want to stringify the JSON. And in the stringify method, I want to pass the entire new course, so all the fields of it, so new course with that spread operator. And then separated by a comma, I want a status that should be edited or added. And there I'll set it as confirmed. Now with that, all that's left is that we be able to click this button and send it out to the server. So let's go up there, and for this course item we have this at click, and we are just simply console logging that button clicked. We don't want that anymore. We want to call our register course, and to that I want to pass the course that we are iterating over. And so let's give it a try. Let's click a purchase button, and let's wait for something to show up, and indeed it says post/booking 201. And with that, if we visit db.json, we see in this bookings array we have our entry. In our app, we are now able to post a course purchase order, and of course, we fetch things with nice loading state. So regarding fetching things from the internet, what's missing is that we should fetch the courses that we have bought, so our bookings, and show that bookings with some nice loading state. Let's do that in one go. Now, my idea is that I want to create a skeleton for booking items. So I'm just going to grab all of this from here, and I'm going to create a new component, and we're going to call it skeleton bookings item, or booking item, skeleton booking item dot view. Oh, what's wrong? And in this booking item, I'm just going to paste all of that from skeleton course item. And here, actually, if I load things, I just want this bottom part. So I'm going to keep this div, and I'm going to remove this div and also this outer div. And with that already, I want to see how does it look like. So there in that App.vue, for the second H2, I'm still going to use that single loading. And here I'm going to create a new div, and I'm going to say v-if loading. So the content of this div should only be shown if we are loading. And I'm going to also add the v-else here. Now we should also import the booking skeleton. So that would be skeleton booking item. And let's use it inside of that v-if div. So we initialize it this way, and that is the look we have. Perfect. Now let's work on the function that allows us to fetch the items. Let's create a new function, call it const fetch booking is equals to async, and then this function where first let's create a const response is equals to await, and then we want to fetch, and the endpoint we need would be this bookings endpoint. And we want to, oh, sorry, just like that. And then we want to store it in a variable where we will keep all the bookings. So let's create that variable. So I'm just going to say const bookings is equals to a ref that holds an array. And this bookings, and there the value will be now equals to await that response, and to that we execute the JSON method. And of course, since we are using this loading for this fetch bookings, I first want to call that loadings.value and set it to true, and wrap this failable code in a try finally block. So in the try, I'll set this much, and later in the finally, we are going to set that loading.value back to false. And then this fetch bookings is what I want to execute at the start of this program. So right there. And with that, we can now use these bookings to iterate over these items here, because now we are doing it that hard-coded way. So I let's not do that. So let's pass that bookings, and so we want to iterate and get a single booking, and then this booking is what I want to use for the key, and there the ID property. So with that, if I now save, we have one course item here. That's because in db.json we have one booking. Now you see in db.json the title is go course, but it shows here view course. That's because we have it hard-coded there in bookings booking item. So to pass some data from this parent to the child, we should define a prop. Let's do that. So define props, which is a method, and to this I'm going to pass an object, and I'm expecting, let's say, just a title. So a title of type string, and then this title is what I want to use here. So in double mustache, I declared the title. So now we have this empty because we now need to pass that data from that app to that booking item. So back in that app, we call the title, but not like that. We do it the bind way. So there, colon title equals to, and then in double quotes, we say that single booking, and there the title. With that, if we save, we have that Go course, just the way we have it here. And even if we refresh, we show this nice loading indicator before we slide in the real value. Now in this short video, I want to show you a very nice animation that we can use for all our loading states. So back at that skeleton booking item and skeleton course item, I'm going to add a tailwind class. So for the topmost div, I'm just going to say animate dash pulse. So I'm just going to use this too for the skeleton booking items, and there the topmost div will get that class. With that, if we now restart our app, you see we have that subtle animation going on. So starting with this video onwards, we are going to work on optimistic UI and a bit of quality of life improvements. Now, what is optimistic UI? The idea is that whenever we purchase something, so we are waiting 3 seconds for it to be sent to the server, and then we get something back. But in optimistic UI, the moment we click purchase, we want to already insert it to the bookings array and then initiate the API sending process. So the data goes to the server, and if everything is all right, we just update the status that we have. So for example, we insert the item into the bookings with this status pending, but nonetheless we insert it. So immediately we get a list like this. But then when the API processing is done and then we get something back, we get this status as confirmed, and that's what we then reflect here. First, we are going to stop ourselves from purchasing one course multiple times. And actually, we have a problem. You see, in our register course, we bought this new course, right? And on this new course, we are setting the ID. That is something we shouldn't do because we are changing the ID and then sending it to the server. So it should be actually course.id. And with that, in this register course, I'll set a function. So if, and I'm going to check all the bookings, so bookings.value, and there I'm going to use this sum method. And sum is going to iterate over all the items that we have. So for example, each of the item is a single booking, and this single booking then, so the booking has an ID. If that is equals to course.id, in that case, I don't want to go further. I just want to call alert, and I want to alert the site that course already purchased, and then I want to return. So with this, let's do a purchase, and again, but what's wrong? And actually, I just had to refresh, and with that, if I click this purchase, you see I see this course already purchased, and I don't purchase it any further. And we should also verify this optimistic behavior that we have. And for that, I'm going to remove those two bookings, or maybe the last one. Let's just remove this last one. Let's restart our app. And I'm going to cause a deliberate error. I'm going to cause an error in this endpoint. I'm just making it up. So now if I click this purchase, we start with pending. And because we have some sort of error, after 3 seconds, you will see that this thing should get removed. Well, if I click this purchase, we start off at pending, and then after 3 seconds, we should get it removed. Oh, you see, that's why we should test. In this if, we're checking for response okay, but we should also have an else where we can also execute something. And here in this else, I also want to grab this bookings value. And I want to remove it if something goes wrong. Also, I would like to return from here. So with that, let's restart. And now let's try again. So I click this purchase. It comes here with pending, and after 3 seconds, it goes away automatically because I have an error in this link. And we should also verify this optimistic behavior that we have. And for that, I'm going to remove those 2 bookings, or maybe the last one. Let's just remove this last one. Let's restart our app. And I'm going to cause a deliberate error. I'm going to cause an error in this endpoint. I'm just making it up. So now if I click this purchase, we start with pending. And because we have some sort of error, after 3 seconds, you will see that this thing should get removed. Well, if I click this purchase, we start off at pending, and then after 3 seconds, we should get it removed. Oh, you see, that's why we should test. In this if, we're checking for response okay, but we should also have an else where we can also execute something. And here in this else, I also want to grab this bookings value. And I want to remove it if something goes wrong. Also, I would like to return from here. So with that, let's restart. And now let's try again. So I click this purchase. It comes here with pending, and after 3 seconds, it goes away automatically because I have an error in this link. Next, let's work on the ability to optimistically remove or report this course from our list and from the db.json. So the idea is whenever we click something, it should be removed from our list automatically, immediately. And then if something goes wrong, we put it back, or if everything is well, we leave it the way it is. So first, let's create the function that will handle it. So const, maybe we can say report course, which is equals to an async function because it will fetch the API. And this function, we are going to expect an ID. So the course ID is what we are going to expect. And then I'm also going to find the index of this course within our bookings because I want to remove it immediately first before calling the API. So we can use that method that we worked with before, this const index, where we use this find index method on bookings.value to find the index. So I'm just going to grab it. And that's how we get the index. And actually we should use this course ID right here. With that we get this index, and then I also want to grab that original value, because the thing is, if we have to put it back, I'll need the item that I will put back, right? So I'm going to do const to be deleted course. That's how I'm going to name it, to be deleted course. And here I'm going to say bookings.value, and I'm going to pass this index. So this already gives me that item that I want to delete, but nonetheless, after that, I'm going to say bookings dot value, and there the splice method, and to this splice method I'm going to pass this index, and I'm going to pass 1. So what this does is this splice helps us removing something in this array at this index by 1 item. All right. Now let's try the try and catch game. So in the try, we say const response is equals to await, and we call this that fetch function to which we want to pass a link, so an endpoint. And the endpoint would be the bookings endpoint, right? So the bookings, and actually the bookings, and then because I want to remove something, I'm going to pass the ID of the item that should be removed. So dollar, and then in square brackets, I'm going to pass that course ID, just like that. And actually for this interpolation to work, we don't use that single quotes, but we use backticks. And so we can pass that. And then we have to pass certain options, so using this, where we are going to say that the method is going to be delete. And so with that, we are going to initiate it, and then we are going to see if response was okay. So we're going to do if not response dot okay. Then I just want to throw an error so that we end up in the catch block. So we say throw error, and there we're going to say couldn't delete. Couldn't delete. And so after that, we end up in the catch block if there is an error, and there we are going to do bookings dot value, and there we're going to again call that splice, because splice also helps us put something back if it doesn't exist. And there at that index, I want to put that original to be deleted course. So just at that index. And for this error, by the way, I'm going to say console.error, and I'm going to pass that error. So there is our report course. Just to review again, first we are getting the index of the course within our bookings because we want to remove it. So we need to get the index so we can get the actual item that should be deleted. That's because this item is important because we are removing our course immediately before we call the API. And so if something goes wrong, we put that course back where we took it from. And if everything is all right, we've already removed it. So now let's handle it. Now this rip function will be called from this booking item, and so we need to make sure that this booking item component can actually emit an event. And where we have this at click, this should actually emit some event. And so in this booking item, we are going to declare such an event by calling that defineEmits. And there I'll have an emit of maybe report. And then this report event must be emitted. So here at that at click, we are no longer going to do console.log, but then we're going to do $emit. And in this parenthesis, we pass the name, which is report. And because we have this report event being emitted in that App.vue at that booking item, we will see that at report is available. And then to this at report, I want to pass that report course function, which will also take the ID. So we say this booking.id. So we can just grab it from here and put it here. And with this, let's report something. So it gets removed and it's gone forever. If I come down, yes, the delete was successful. But what if we want to see if that optimistic booking also handles the error well? So here I'm going to cause an error by causing an error in the link. And then if we purchase a course and if I report it, it should be, yes, see, it didn't got deleted. It got removed from the array, yes, and then it was put back because there is an error. So our optimistic update is working. And with that, I'm going to revert the error back. So our app is in pristine working shape. And yes, our next idea is that we want to introduce the ability to refetch and show error states. Now, what do I mean? For example, if some error occurs when fetching courses or some error occurs when fetching my purchased courses, I want to show a button and some error message so the user can click to reinitiate that fetching process. And at this moment, we have a problem, which is that our App.vue has grown exponentially, right? It's a pretty large component and it's responsible for so many different things for handling, fetching courses and bookings and reports and so on. We don't want this. In a production app, you don't want this because Vue doesn't put the restriction of how many components you can have. I think it's better to use it. We should modularize our app such that components are isolated and responsible for one single thing then rather than doing everything here. So bookings and courses and everything from everywhere, right? So moving on, we are going to start with this modularity. Let's get started with the process of extraction. So I'm just going to create a new component and I'll name it course section. So course section.view and click enter. Now here I need the template, of course, and I will also need the script setup. And from .app.vue, I want to bring basically this entire div, so everything for this all courses, so this entire part here. So I'm just going to grab from here up until here, and I'm going to cut it out and paste it in this template of course section. Now we will need its appropriate items from that script. So there we have this course, we need this, so I'll cut it out. But additionally, we will also need those course item and this skeleton course item. So let's grab this and put it right here. We will also need that ref and onMounted. So I'll copy it and add it here. Now here we want to get this fetch course. So let's grab this, cut it out, bring it to this course section and paste it. We will also need that onMounted. So I'm just going to copy it and remove this fetch course from here so I can paste it back in that course section. And there we only want this course fetch course. And what's more, I think we can import this course section here now in this app.vue. So we can do import and we want to do course section from add component. So let's use this course section where it's supposed to go right after that first H2. And with that, in our course section, register course is assigned the value but never used. Where is that register course? So we want to get this register course, but we will keep this here for now. So with that, we are fetch bookings, we have all of this. We should have a working demo at the moment, but the reason that things are not working is because this register course is not hooked up. And you might be thinking, how do we plug it in? Because this register course is being propagated from this course section. So the best thing would be that we emit an event from here and we propagate it upwards to that app.vue. So let's define an emit. I'm going to say here defineEmits and I'm going to name it as register. So then this register, I'll use it here and also I'm going to pass this course to it. So I'm just going to say $emit And to this, I'm going to pass that register, and outside that, comma, I'm going to pass the course that I am supposed to pass out there. And in App.vue, now I'm going to handle that event by saying at register, not here, here, at register. And to this, we are going to pass that register course. Now, register course requires this course. Now, how do we pass that course that we emitted with the event? We simply do $event, and with that, we also need that loading. So let's grab this loading, let's copy it and paste it right here. So with that, we are again back to the point where we were, where we can purchase something, and of course we can't purchase something 2 times. Now in this course, we are already at a point that if we move this booking related items to a new component, for example, booking section, just like we did for this course section, we will have a problem because this course section has this register course function, and then this register course function internally does whatever it needs to do, and then it saves certain things to that bookings value. And bookings value would then go to that booking section, not the course section. And so we will have a sibling kind of relationship, right? That course section would be the sibling of that booking section that we want to create. And because between siblings, it's not easy that we emit something and we handle it in the sibling. That doesn't happen. It happens in parent-child. And so to move forward, now we are going to learn about composables in Vue. And composables are state that other components can access. And so let's get started with composables. Now to create a composable, we will create a folder in this src, and of course that's going to be composables. Just like that. And to create a file within composable, the convention is that you start with this use in smaller and then the name. So we're going to say use bookings.js. Now within this use bookings, first things that I want to import ref from Vue, because composables generally deals with reactive data. And now in these composables, I want to bring this loading and booking. So I'm just going to grab it out and paste it here. And to use these composables outside, we create this export default, and it's going to be a function, and I'm going to name it use bookings. Now this function must also return the things that we want to use outside. So that would be this loading and also this bookings. Now additionally, I'll also grab this fetch bookings out from here, and I'll paste it in this composable. And of course we need to mention it in this return so we can use it outside. With that, our composable is now ready. Let's now look at how we can use it. We go to that App.vue, and now here first we have to import that composable. So we are going to do import use bookings from @/composables, then use bookings. And now to use things from this use bookings, we say use bookings, we execute it, but to get the individual items, we need to put those in variables. So we say const, and then we want the loading, we want the bookings, we also want the fetch bookings from this use booking. And with that, we have no use of this ref here, and our app is now working with those composables. So let's give it a shot. If we click purchase, we can't purchase because it's already here, but if we click the other purchase, we enter this optimistic view and then it gets confirmed. So our composable is now working. And now we are approaching a state that soon we will be able to get booking related items out of this app.vue into the booking section.vue, and still our courses section will be able to register and so on. Let's move further and let's grab this register course and report course out. So I'm just going to cut it out and I'm going to put it in this Composables right after that fetch bookings. And for this to work outside, I will also make sure that they are present in the return clause. And now I think we can go to this app.vue and actually we should pass that report course here. So this report course still works, but for that register course, which we handle from this course section, we should import that composable and use it. So I'm just going to grab this use bookings import and the way we get things from that use booking. So I'm just going to copy it out. So Control C to copy it. And in that course section, now I'm going to bring that in. We don't need all this. We just want this fetch bookings. We just want register course. So we will get rid of all of this and we are going to get that register course. And this register course will be used instead of this emit, just like that. And we can pass the course here. And because we are not emitting anything anymore, I am going to remove this defineEmits from here. And also in app.vue, we are going to remove this at register. And now let's try again. And if I click purchase, it still works. Now in the next video, we are going to grab this booking item out of here to its own component. Let's now build our booking section. So in the components, I'm going to create that booking section.view, and it will have the template and of course the script with the setup. Now in the template, I'll go to that app.vue and grab this entire part that is concerned with this booking. So I'm just going to cut it out and I'm going to paste it in the template. And for the script, we will not be needing this too anymore, but we will need the booking course. So let's import that. So we're going to say booking section, and also I'm going to use it right away. Now from inside, I think we also don't need this onMounted here anymore, and we also have no use for this composable here. So let's grab it all, cut it out, and let's paste those back in this booking section. So you see, at this point, we are already in a amazing situation where if we visit this app.vue, our app.vue is absolutely clear. And let's also see if everything is working. So if I click this purchase, it says already purchase, but nothing is showing up. Well, nothing is showing up because here we have no need for this. We are using that. We are using this loading, we are using the booking and this fetch and everything. We are basically using all the things. So ideally we should have the working demo. Now the reason that our booking section is not working because we have not imported this skeleton item and also this booking item. So let's work with that. Let's say import and we bring this skeleton booking item and this booking item, and it should be @/components/ booking item, and we should also import that skeleton booking item, just like that. So with that, if we restart our app, we are now back at the original state where we can purchase something, and of course we can remove something. Now, to bring an end to this entire application, this courses app, I would like to teach you how to render components dynamically. My idea is that we show this confirm and the pending, and instead of that, I want to show an icon. So to do that, I'm going to use this Lucid package. If you come to this lucid.dev, and if you click this hamburger, there we visit this packages, and we are going to use this Lucid view next. So let's click this guide, and we have this installation section where we are going to choose this npm. And this is the command then I'll grab and paste into my npm run dev terminal. So let's close it first and let's paste that command and let's click enter. With that, we already are going to have that thing into our project. Let's now search for the icons that we want. So let's search for icons and let's search for loader. So this is the loader circle I want. All right, and the way we get it is just this way. No problem. And the place where we want to load it would be in source, components, and there's this booking item. Is it booking item? Yes, booking item. So let's import them first. We say import, and I want two items from here. First, the loader circle, and second, the check from Lucid icon view. And to use this, I am going to need two computed properties because we need to calculate which icon to show. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create two computed properties, and to use computed properties we need to import computed from view. So we say import, and we're going to get computed from view. Now let's use it. First, I'm going to make a const variable, and I'm going to name it pending to understand that what's the status. So pending is equals to that computed, and in this computed method, we are going to run a function. And we're going to do is we're going to check this status, and to access this props within this setup script, we should assign this entire defineProps to a variable. So let's do that. Const props is equals to defineProps. So now we can access this props and there the status, and then we can check if this is triple equals to pending. So if it is pending, this returns true, and hence we get this pending. Now I want to get the icon, so I'm going to say const icon is equals to another computed, and here we are going to run a function again, and we are going to do is we're going to say if pending dot value, because computed is a ref by itself, we need to access the value. So if pending dot value, then we get loader circle, else we get the check, just like that. And now we can use this icon. So there in this div where we say that status, we don't want this status anymore, but now we are going to dynamically show a component. And the way we do that would be we use this component element, so that component element, and this component element has that :is property, is, and in this is I want to pass that icon. So with that, if I save and let's restart this application. Now actually we should do npm run dev. Now currently we are showing that icon. Now if I add one more, first we show that check and then we revert back to that tick. And to top this all off, I also want to add some classes to it. So I want this binded class because I will have some styling. So class, but it should be binded. And within this class, I'll add this object body and I'm going to say animate-spin. And this should only happen when we are in the pending state. So then we are calling this pending as well. Now with that, let's remove both of this. Let's give it a restart. And now if we click this purchase, you see we have a nice loading circle and then we go to that tick. And then this is the way we show dynamic components. There in that is, we pass the component that should be dynamically generated. And of course, you know about that class binding. And the best way to figure out what to show in that dynamic component is to use computed, because computed runs automatically whenever things that it depends on changes. In the last course section, we used Composable to store bookings and helper functions and some reactive variables. That worked because only few components need the data because they were close together. Now, Composables are just helper functions that help us reuse code. But here's the key thing. Every time a component uses a composable, it gets its own copy of the data. So if two components use the same composable, they don't automatically share updates. That's fine in small applications, but it breaks down in bigger ones. So imagine a shopping cart. If you add an item from the product page, you want the cart icon to update instantly, right? For that to work, those components need the same shared data. And that's where Pinia comes in. Pinia gives us one central store that every component reads from and updates. So a simple idea would be that composables help reuse logic. Pinia helps us share data across the app. And also here is another metaphor. Composable is, for example, everyone has their own notebook, so no one knows what each of them are writing in their own notebook. On the other hand, Pinia is a whiteboard where everyone is writing, so everyone can see what everyone else has written. Let's build our new application to learn about Pinia, the state management solution of Vue. So in the terminal, I'm going to do npm space create space view at latest and click enter. And then we need to name our project, and I'm going to name it Pinia-counter. And then we need to configure all these options, but because we are learning about Pinia, I'll not straight away choose this Pinia to be automatically installed in this project. We will learn how to install it manually, but moving on in large applications, you should just choose this option. So it already is downloaded and everything is already plugged in together. But nonetheless, I'm just going to click this ESLint and prettier, so we get some error suggestion. And now click enter, enter again, and skip all example code and start with a blank view project. I am going to select yes, so click enter. So I did already run this application, and here I have this blank App.vue. So nothing in the template and empty script and style scoped blocks. Now my idea is I'm going to create two components, so two counter components. In a new folder, let's name it components. And there, first I'm going to create the count_a.view, something like this. So we have this template where we have a h2 and we say counter a. Then we show the count output because we are having this reactive variable in the setup script, and also we are manipulating the count button here already. And actually I'm also going to create one more, so we have a count minus minus. And similar to this, we're going to create another component, so that would be count b dot view. And let's paste it here. And we can simply say count B. Now to show both of this count A and count B, let's go to that app view and let's import both of them. So let's say import count A from at/components/count A. And for the next one, let's just paste it and say count B with count B being imported from the proper path. And with that, let's output them. So we say count A, and after that, we can say count B. So if we save it now, we show both of the counters. And actually, just to distinct them properly, I'm going to add an HR here, so a horizontal rule. Perfect. And if we click, it works. And at this point, our idea is not implemented well, because if I click this increment, just this counter changes, and if I click this increment or decrement, this counter changes. Let's fix the spelling, by the way. This should be decrement, and here too. So, like I was saying, my idea is no matter which increment I click, both of this should increment, or no matter which decrement I click, both of these two counters should decrement. So we can already imagine at this point we should move to Composable, because we have learned up until now that Composable is a place where we can keep shared logic. So in the next video, let's use a Composable, let's build a Composable so we can achieve that. Let's work towards our goal, which is to increment. Whenever we click on any of these increment buttons or any of these decrement buttons, both of these counters should either increment or decrement together. So to achieve that, let's create our Composable, and we're going to create this Composables folder, and there we're going to create a Composable known as useCounter.js. Now, like we said earlier, Composables are just a function that lets us reuse components. So I hope you remember in the courses application, we reuse certain things from that Composable where we had that register course, and that register course was working with two different components. So the courses section.view and the booking section.view. And so to relate to that idea, we are going to bring on those reactive variable and the ability to increment and decrement into this useCounter.js, and so that we can then use those things in count A and count B, and hopefully we should get our results. So in this useCounter.js, let's build our Composable. Now in this useCounter.js, first things first, we need to import ref from view, and that is because we need to keep track of the count variable here. And then let's create an exportable function, because composables are just functions that return certain values. So we say export function, and I'm going to name this function useCounter. And because there's a function, we make this parenthesis and then the function body. Now inside of this, first let's create our count variable. So const count is equals to a ref, and we initialize it at 0. And because we also want to manipulate this counter, so this count variable, I'm going to create two functions. So function increment, let's just stick with increment. So we say counter, so the count and the value there, we want to take it up a notch. So we want to plus it. And because we want to use this ref and increment outside, let's say return. And in this return clause, we want to pass that count and also the increment function. So we can use both of this variable and the function in the components where we initialize this useCounter composable. With our useCounter composable now ready, let's go to count A.view, so this component, And actually, we do not need that decrement button anymore. And also, because we have now extracted the count variable and the increment function, we have no use of this ref and this count variable here. So let's remove those. And let's import that use counter from there. And to use that use counter, we execute it. And from this, we save things in a variable. So I'm going to say const. And from there, I want the count. Also, I want the increment. And now to use it, our count is already plugged in. It's just that we have to take this increment and pass it here at the apt click of this button. So with that, our counter A is ready. Let's work on that counter B. Now the fact is that counter B and counter A looks exactly the same. So I'm just going to copy everything from count A and change it in count B, except that we have to change this heading to say count B. Let's now see if clicking this button increases both of these numbers, because logically it should, as both of these components are relying on the state that we have here in this use counter, so this count variable. Let's click. And we see that this increment just increments this counter, not the next counter. And likewise here, if we click here, just this one increases. So this again reflects the metaphor that I gave in the introduction of this lecture, that using Composable is like having a lot of people with their own notebooks. So what they write in their own notebook, others don't know. While using Pinia, so the state management that we are going to learn next, is like a whiteboard, so anyone writing there is visible for everyone else to see. Now to use Pinia, we need to turn this running application off. So Control C and Control L. That's because Pinia is a third-party library which we need to install. So in the terminal, we're going to do npm I Pinia. And with that, let's click enter. So npm installs it from the internet, and with that, it's done. Now to use Pinia, we should go to that main.js. Because in this main.js, we use that create app from view, and Pinia is also a top-level package which we should initialize here. So right after getting that create app from Pinia and import app, I'm also going to do import, and I'm going to say in this curly braces, create Pinia from Pinia. And so with this, after we do our app creation, and because we are bringing this Pinia here, what we should do is we should destructure this just a tiny bit. So for example, we do const app is equals to, then we say this create app, and then we pass that app there. That's because we need this app property to use the Pinia. So then we say app.use, and then we pass that create Pinia inside. And now with that, we can simply call this app, and there directly pass that mount so that it mounts to that ID of app. With that, our Pinia is installed and Pinia is plugged into our project. Now when you do npm create view at latest, if you choose Pinia there, all this much would be done for you automatically. And with that, let's now use Pinia. So there where we have this use counter, instead of this composable, now we're going to create a new store folder in this src. So we're going to say stores. And the file we will create would be CounterStore.js. And that's the naming convention, that you end it with that capital store. Now inside of this CounterStore.js, first we need to import Pinia and that ref from view, because again this store is pretty much similar to this, as you will see. So we will need to keep track of our reactive variable. So we're going to do import, and we're going to call define Pinia. It's like defineProps and defineEmits. We need to define Pinia. So we say this define store. And after that, we say import and I want to import ref from view. And with these two things imported, we should now define the store that we bought here. So we say define store, which is a method. And if we want to use this method outside, we need to make this into an exportable variable. So we say export const, and I'm going to name it useCounterStore. And then this would be the naming convention. So we start off at the use and then we end with this store. And in between, we name it appropriately. So in this case, this is useCounterStore. Now this define store takes two things. It takes a name and it takes a function. And for the name, I'm going to pass counter, or maybe, all right, counter is good. And for the function, now in between, it's pretty much the same like this much. We declare our const count, which I'm going to use using this ref and set it to 0. And then I'll have my function increment, where I want to use this count and the value there, and I will increment it. And because I want to use both of this outside, I'll have this return clause. And there I'm going to pass the count, also the increment. So this much is pretty much the same as this composable. So with that, it's time that we move to our counter A component and counter B component. And therein, we don't use this two anymore, but we're going to use our own counter store. So let's import them. I'm going to do import, and let's say use counter store, just like that. And now to use this, we execute this use counter store, and unlike that composable, we don't get each item from within, but we store the whole thing in a variable. So we say const and counter is equals to this counter store. And with that, we have no use of this anymore. Now to use this counter up here, we are simply going to say counter and dot the count inside of that. Likewise, for this increment, we're going to say counter dot increment, because that counter has the increment function inside of it. So with that, pretty much the same goes for this count B, except that we change the name to count B. And let's run our project. So we come to the terminal and we do npm space run space dev and hit enter. So our app is now running. And I think we should go to that main.js. And yes, actually this app.useCreatePinia should be executed. So we add this function execution. With that, let's restart and our app is here. And now if we click this increment, both of these counts increment together. If I click this increment, both of them go up. And likewise would be the same if I would have that decrement. For example, in this count store, I can also add a function of, let's say, function decrement, and to use it outside, I need to pass it to this return clause. Now let's go to that count A and create a new button and say counter.decrement and decrement here. And let's also get this button in count B. And with that, if I click this decrement, actually let's restart. So if I click increment, they go up. If I click decrement, they go down. They should go down. All right. So increment works for both of them. Decrement works for both of them. And in this entire application, first we built a dummy, so a local counter app. Then we moved it to Composable. And then we moved it to Pinia. So now we understand the whole flow and why we need certain items at certain times. In this course section, we are going to learn about the Vue router and all about it. And Vue router is what helps us navigate between various pages within our Vue application. For example, If I click this about, I go to this about page and you see the URL change being reflected. I can even go back, or I can just click this home, for example, like this. And in this home screen, I have two products, of which if I click go to details, I go to a detail page where I show the ID of the product that I came in. Now, additionally, we are also going to learn about route guards, so authenticated routes. And for example, if I want to go to that admin screen, because I'm not logged in, I get auto redirected to this login screen. And here, if I write something wrong, I get that access is denied. But if I write the right thing, I get auto redirected to this admin dashboard. And in this course section, we're going to learn all about this Vue router. Let's bootstrap our project. In the terminal, I'm going to say npm space create space view at latest. And with that, I'm going to name it shop-router. And we will not select TypeScript, JavaScript, router, Pinia, ESLint, and Prettier is what I'll select. But whenever you are building your app and you want router, you should select this router. But because we are learning now, we're going to create it from scratch. So with that, in this third option, we don't need anything. And here we are going to start with a blank project. So in the yes, I'm going to click enter. Let's now get that shop router into the workspace. And we need to install Vue router, because that is the third-party package, just like Pinia, just like Vue itself. So in the terminal, I'm going to do npm space I, and we should get Vue dash router and click enter. With that, our installation is complete, and now I'll get this shop router into my workspace. And now with that, all we have to do is run this. So we're going to do npm run dev, and that then gives us this link where we can visit our app. Now the idea is that to begin with, I'm going to create this views folder, and vi views folder, and in this views folder, I'm going to have two views at the moment, so home view and about view. So let's do those. Home view.view, and here let's add a template, and within this we say h1. We can say welcome to our shop app with Vue router. And likewise, I'm also going to create an about view. So about view.view, and there I'm going to say learn all about Vue router with a shop app analogy. Now in the next video, we're going to create that router, and then we're going to see how we can switch between two views. Let's create the router, and the best place is in this src folder. We create a new folder and we call it routes. And then I think it should be router, not routes, router. And here we're going to create a new JS file, which we will name index.js. Now in this index.js, we need to import certain methods from Vue router. So we are going to do import, and then we are going to bring in create router from Vue router, and also we are going to bring create web history. So this create web history, not the create web hash history. So with both of these methods imported, we can proceed. Now here, let's create a variable that will hold this create router object. So we do const router is equals to, and then we are going to say that create router method. Now this method takes two properties to begin with. So in a object literal, we're going to pass two properties. The first one is history, and to this history we simply pass this create web history method. Now this create web history keeps track of all the pages that we navigate around in our application. So then when we click this forward and next button, so back and forward button, we appropriately move to the perfect page, so to say. And after that, we are going to create our routes. And to create the routes, we say routes, and this is equals to an array. Because within this array, actually not equals to, colon, and within this array, we have objects like this, which are individual routes, separated by commas. Now, the first route that I want would be for my home view, and the second route would be for my about view. So let's import those two as well. So let's do import home view, and also let's get about view. So we have about view there. And we also have our router object. And I hope you already know how this router object gets created. Now to use this router object outside, we should also export it out. So we say export default, and then we pass this router object. And with that, our object is now pretty much complete. It's just that we need to configure this home view and this about view in these routes. Let's start with the home view. So in this first object, we're going to add this path property, and we're going to add a path for home. And I want / only for this. And when we visit this /, we want to show some component, and that would be in this component property, and the value would be that home view. Now likewise, in this second object literal, we want to pass a new path, and this would be for / about. And then the component that we want to show would be in this component property, and that would be this about view. With that, our router object is pretty much complete, and we just have to hook it up in the main.js. So in this main.js, let's import our router. So we can do import router from, and this should be @/router/index. And now it's pretty much the same as plugging in Pinia. First I'll destructure it. So I'm going to do const app is equals to this create app. So we can mount this app here. And after this create app, we're going to use that router with this app. So we do app.use, and there we pass our router. And with that, our router creation is done, and our project now uses that view router. Next, let's learn how we can show in our App.vue two routes, so two router links, which we can click to show a router view. So for example, when you visit Amazon.com, on the top you have many sections, right? You have about and home and so on. So whenever you click one of those, the navigation bar stays there, but the view underneath changes. It changes to certain view that is plugged to that button, whichever you are clicking. So now in this App.vue, let's start with a blank template. And first, I want a div to wrap the whole thing together. And inside I'll use a nav. And in this nav, I want to show both of those home and about router links. And this router link is something we need to import from ViewRouter. So let's get the script with the setup. And there we are going to import, in this curly braces, router link from ViewRouter. And in this in this nav of the template, let's use it. So let's bring that home and about buttons using this router link. We are going to call this router link, and this router link takes an attribute, that is this to attribute. And to this to, I'm going to pass the path that I assigned for this home view, which is this forward slash. So this forward slash, and just as the content, I'm going to say here home. And with that, we now have this home. Now, likewise, I am also going to show another router link, which would point to this about. And the path was slash about. And so we now have our home and about. All that's left is to show the certain things. And for that, we have this router view, which we also get from this view router. And so let's import it. After that router link, we bring that router view. And now it's simple. Outside that nav, we simply add this router view. And now if we save it, you see we have this welcome to our shop app with view router, which is coming from home. But then if we click about, first you see in this URL, our URL changed to /about, and it now shows the text from about screen, which is learn all about view router with a shop app analogy. So that was it for using the basics of view router, using RouterLink and RouterView. And again, this router view simply renders the view, so the component that is attached to the route, which you click here in this router link. So with that static routing learned, we can now move to dynamic routing. So what is this static and dynamic routing? You see, static routing is when we click this router links and then we go to the appropriate router view. And that's static because no data is being passed when we click onto a router link to go to a router view, right? But dynamic routing is the situation where when we click a router link or we go to a new page and we send some data, so we send some parameter. And you can think of it as, for example, in the home page, we will now have a list of product, and then when we click on one of the product, we'll go to the product view, so the details of that product. And in doing so, we're going to pass the ID as the parameter to the new view, so we can use that ID to show all the details. And that concept is the dynamic routing, sending dynamic data or parameters within the route. So let's do some preparation. In this home view, I will keep this h1, but then I'm going to add an hr, and then I'll have a list of product. So for the list in the script setup, I'm going to add const products is equals to an array, and in this array I'll have two products, so object literal and then an ID of 1, and I'll give it a name of, let's say, a laptop, and then a new product, so a new object literal, and the ID is of course going to be different, so 2, and the name can be, let's say, mobile, just like that. And now in this template, we can use a UL where we can have li item, and in this li item, we can use a v-for loop, right? So we do product in products, and because we are using this v-for, we should also add the colon key binding, where I'm simply going to pass a single product and its ID. And we get 2 dots because we have 2 products. Now between this li, I'm also going to render the name, so product.name. And with this, I'll also have a button. So a button where I'm going to say go to details. And of course, I'll need to add a function which I'll add to the add click, to which I'll pass the ID of this product, and using that we will push to the new view. So we will do that later. Let's also add a new product view. So we say product view.view, and here I'll add a template, and for now I'm just going to say product details. So with this configuration done, so with this array and this product view. In the next lecture, we are going to plug things together. Also, one more important step to learn before dynamic routes would be how to add named routing. The idea is that for this product view, so where we have this dynamic route, we want to add a new property, which is name. And I'm simply going to name it as product. And that's because for in real world application, in real world development, you want names for all the routes. All the different routes should have unique names. That's because you can have a really long path. And imagine if you have to push from one view to the next view, and of course you need to mention the path. So if you have to mention those long paths, it's errorsome, it's error prone. You might write wrong names. And that's the reason we add this name, so we can keep it really short. And the other upside is that names doesn't really change. You might have to change your path depending on the business requirement. So please be careful about this, that you should add names, and names should be unique. Now in the next video, we're going to do dynamic routes, and we're going to push those new routes using names. Let's begin. In our home view, we have this button which we want to click to go to that details view. And for that, we need to import useRouter composable from view router. So we do import, and then in curly braces, we say useRouter. Please be sure it's useRouter, not useRoute. And this we get from view-router, right? And because this is a composable, we should execute it, and we will save the result in a variable. So we say const router is equals to that useRouter. And now we can already use this router in this app click, but to keep things nice looking, I'm going to create a new function which we can hook to this app click. So let's create a new function, and we're going to say go to details, and this function should take an ID. And then in the function body, we use this router, and there the push method. And then this push method will take this object literal, to which we will pass either the path or the name, and we are going to choose the name because that's shorter. So the name was product, if I'm correct. And after that, I also want to pass the ID. So separated by a comma, we say params, and here we pass an ID like this object, and this ID is this ID, so the ID here. So all that's left is that we use it in this add click. So we call this add click here, and there we pass the single product and its ID. With this, we can already click here to go to this product details, and as you can see, this is actually showing up. It says product/1. Now the other thing is that I also want to show this one here from that view router. And now we are going to use useRoute. So in this view, home view, we used useRouter, and useRouter is used whenever you want to go to a new page. But now we are going to use useRoute, no R, useRoute. And useRoute is used whenever you want to extract details from the current route. So in this product view, let's add a script with the setup. And here I want to import, this time useRoute, not the router, but the route from view router. And this is also a composable, so we should execute it. So I'm just going to use this as useRoute. And then I'm going to save it in the variable const route is equals to this. Now all that's left is that we use this route to print out the ID in this template. So I'm just going to add a div here with an h1 where I say product details page, and after that I'll add a p where I say product ID with a colon, and then in double mustache I'm going to access that route that we have, and there the dot params, and there the dot ID. And with that, if we save it, we get this ID from this parameter. So in the last lecture, we saw how we can pass the dynamic parameter, which is the ID, using the view router. And then in product view, we retrieve that ID using that useRoute. In this lecture, let's also see how we can pass around props using view router. Because as you know, defineProps is used to pass data between parent to child. And we can also use that defineProps whenever we visit a certain view using the view router. So let's go to the about view and let's add a script with setup. And let's add a define props. And in this method, I want to pass an object where I'm expecting a name which is of type string. And then this name, I can output it here in this double mustache by saying name. And with that, if we restart our application, whenever we go to this about, we pass this company name. For example, I change it to Boydudik. So this value of Boydudik in this property name using props. Okay, now let's work with 404 page not found, because it is very likely that a user might come and enter an endpoint that doesn't exist. So maybe this doesn't exist. And in that case, we're still redirecting to our home. The idea is, for better user experience, we want to redirect first to a 404 page, and there we will have a button, also some information like, hey, you were in the wrong place, so 404 page not found, and then a button that would redirect, upon which clicking the user would be redirected to the home view. And to do so, first let's create a view. So I'm going to add a view, and I'm going to say 404 view dot view, and inside I'm going to add a template. So in the template we can write an h1 and there 404, and then maybe page not found. And after that, maybe we can add a router link. So to use the router link, let's import, let's add the script with the setup, and there let's import. What is it we're going to import? So in App.vue, yeah, we need this router link. So let's grab this and right there, and we don't need this router view, just a router link. So after that, we add that router link, and to this we add this 2, and this 2 should be slash. So with that, we should also plug this 404 in the index.js, which is our router. And there let's import our 404 view. So import, and I'm gonna say 404 view. Oh, this doesn't work. So maybe we should name it view 404. So with that, let's say view 404. Now we have this, and this view 404 should get its own route. And here we're going to add the path, and this path will get certain things. So we're going to say slash colon path match, and here we will pass this single brackets, and inside we're going to say dot and then star, and after this bracket another star. So with that, I'll also give it a name, because we now know how to add names. I'll just name it not found. And with that, we also need the component, and in the component I'm going to pass view 404. And with that, you now see, if we go to certain pages that doesn't exist, for example 1 to 3, just 1 to 3, so we have this page not found. But afterwards I should also have this router. So let's just go there, and we have some sort of an error. This is not really an error, it's just some let's name it not found. And then this not found would be the name of our component. So with that, let's try again, just /123, and we redirect to this 404 page not found. But then again, I think, oh yes, the reason that this thing is not showing up because we haven't added a content yet. So we can say go to home. So we have this. And upon clicking it, we go back. Let's start with route guards and programmatic navigation. Now, what do I mean? For example, in almost all shopping application, someone owns this application, right? An admin who manages this application. And naturally, normal users should not have the access to that admin side of things, because admin there has access to all the products, the orders, money things, and user related stuffs and so on. So to protect such places, we have so-called thing as route guard. The route guard guards that protected route from misleading users, right? So for example, we have a login screen and everything is all right in the login screen. We let the user go, or else we don't let them go. So that would be route guards. And on the other hand, we have this programmatic navigation, which simply means, for example, after a successful login, we automatically make the user push or route to the admin screen, and so on. And for this lecture, I've created this login view, which is a simple template, and let's build it together. So inside we have this div and h1 that says login. And after this h1, we have this input, and this input is tied by directional binding using this vModel, where this username is simply a ref with an empty string. And we also have a placeholder just to see something. And then we have this button, and its @click should do a login. So basically it's a login screen where we have a username input and then a button. And then this button is tied to this login function, which is empty. Likewise, we have this admin view where we have simply this div where it says with the h1 admin dashboard and the p says only admins can see this page. And next I have imported both of them in this index.js. Now, because this is a short tutorial and we are not really building anything that is full stack, we can only mock certain things. So to mock the login state, I'm going to make a new variable here and I'm going to name it let is logged in, and I'll set it to false. And this is what we're going to change. So whenever we log in, we're going to change this so we understand that someone has logged in, so let them go to the admin screen. Of course, in real world application, it will be much bigger, but this flow here will give you a thorough understanding. So later when you implement the real thing, you already know the steps you need to take. And because we have these two routes, we should also import them. So I'll import the login route first of all. I'll add a path. And here I'm going to say /login. And I'm also going to give it a name. So the name is going to be login. And then we need the component. And for the component, we pass the login view. And after that, let's add the last route, which would be that admin route. So let's say path. And here we pass /admin. Afterwards, let's also add the name and say admin. Then we add the component. And here we're going to say admin view. So with that, because this admin route is the one that we want to protect, we have to introduce a new property here. That would be this meta property. And in this meta property, we're going to add an object body, so an object literal, and I am going to say require auth. So this basically means that this route here requires something. So, and in this case, it requires auth, which we have set to true. And now the idea is that whenever this router is working, so for example, whenever page changes are happening or we click somewhere to go to a new route, so in between all the routes, before that, we want to run a function. So a middleware, so to say. So I'm going to add a comment here and I'm going to say global auth route guard. So, and I'm saying this as a global route guard because the function that we are going to write now, it's going to run before any route firing. So here I'm going to call our router. So this router would be this router. And I'm going to say router dot before each. And this is a method. And this method is we need to pass a function inside this method where the parameter of the function gets 3 arguments, to, from, and next. So where we are going to, where we are coming from, and what's the next thing to do. So here in the function body, I'm going to do an if check. If to.meta. So if the place that we are going to, if that has a meta, for example, this route, when we are going to this route, it has this meta because we're going to this route and it has this meta. So to.meta and dot require auth. All right. And so double and not is logged in. So if it requires auth and we are not logged in that case, I'm going to show an alert that you need to authenticate. All right. And after that, we're going to call this the third argument, this next. And in this next, I'm going to pass this object literal and I'll pass the name of login. So next, go to login. If it requires authentication and we are not logged in, so go to logged in, all right? Else, just next. So let's just go, all right? Next means let's just go, no problem. And with that, since we have this is logged in and that's something we need to care about, before this export default router, I'm going to make another export, and then this statement, I'm going to say router and also is logged in. So now these are the things that we need to use in this login view. So back at that login view, so back in this login view, let's use it. We have already discussed what this is. Let's work on the function of logging in. So the idea is that we should get that import is login, because in a real world application you might get it from a Pinia store, that auth store, for example, or maybe some composable, but this is just a dummy app. So I'm going to get this is logged in from here, this index.js. So I'm going to import it. Let's say import, and I want to import that is logged in from, it should be at /router/index. So with that, in this login function, my idea is that in the login screen, we have this input. And for now, for the scope of this project, I just want to be able to write admin. If I write admin, it means I am admin, all right? Just to keep it simple. So here I'm going to do if that username and its value inside, and also to, I'm just going to make it to lowercase, all right? So if this is triple equals to admin, so if that's the case, I am logged in. I'm going to assume I am logged in. So I'm just going to say is logged in is equals to true. And then I want to do the programmatic navigation. That would be, I want to call the router. So this router, useRouter. And to this, I want to say push. And in this push, I'm going to pass this object literal, instead of which I'll pass the name. And the name is going to be admin, so the admin screen. And then, so afterwards, I'm going to say else. And in this else, I'm going to add an alert. So if I don't write admin and I write anything else, I'm going to say access denied, just like that. And actually we have a little bit of problem, my bad. This is logged in is a variable of that index.js, so that is not something we can modify from some other component just like that. So just to make things simple, I'm going to add a function here as well. So for example, function make login, and the job of this function is to set that is logged in to true. And then this make login is what I'm going to export out. And with that, in our home view, we use that make login and we execute this make login. All right. So with that, let's now give it a shot. Let's say /admin. We see you need to authenticate. So click OK. And if we say here client, it says access denied. But if we say admin, we come to this admin dashboard. Perfect. So that was route guards and programmatic navigation. Now, before we wrap this entire section up, a word of wisdom for you. So we know our onMounted hook from Vue, we use this because it runs at the start of any page. So when a component gets built, this onMounted runs. So logically, we might think that in this onMounted is where we should call future calls. So API calls, calls to server, calls to local storage. Well, the better thing to do when using Vue router is that we should use this watch method from Vue, and in this watch method with this immediate true flag, inside of this we should use or call our future calls or our APIs. In this course section, we are going to learn and build this application. And in building this application, we are going to learn how we can render various tabs within a single view. And then we're going to learn about this transition effects, how we can persist all this data throughout multiple app restarts, and how we can use this teleport to render certain objects to a particular place within the screen. Now in this new project, let's do npm space create space view at latest. And with that, let's name our project, and I'm going to name it view-preferences. And this time we are going to select TypeScript. And at the end, we're going to take this ESLint and prettier. And then we are going to skip all the things, so we get a blank project. And so let's click enter. And with our project now created, let's get that view preferences into our workspace. And before we do npm install, I'll also get Tailwind. So I'm going to search for Tailwind here and click get started. And because we are using Vite, we're going to take this npm install Tailwind at tailwind/Vite. Now back into our project terminal, we're going to paste that command. So we install Tailwind alongside Vue. Now let's just wait a second or two. It should be done in a moment. And here it is. So now let's configure the Tailwind to our Vite plugin. So I'm just going to get this import statement. And this time we're going to come to this Vite config ts and paste it here. And then we need to also get this plugin. So we paste it in the plugin. Now with that, we also need to import this Tailwind CSS. So we grab this. And there in our src, we need to create a new folder and we need to call it assets. And there we're going to make a new file and call it main.css, and I'm going to paste that import Tailwind here. So with both of these things added, we need to go to that main.ts, and here we need to make sure that we import that main.css. So we simply say import, and we're going to do /assets/ main.css. Also, we should come to this index.html, just to make sure that we are importing that main.css here as well. So after the title, I'm going to do link, and this should have this relationship of style sheet, and in the href we are going to go to src, there the assets, and there the main.css. So with all of this now added, let's add a color to this body, and let's add a class, and I'm going to pass bg-slate-50. And with that, let's run our project. We do npm space run space dev, and let's click this so we can have a look. And it looks like we are using Tailwind, because I can actually change the color here to, let's say, red 500. That works. So let's stick with that bg-slate-50. Okay, so let's start by building the tab button, because we will have this tab buttons here, 3 tab buttons to be exact. And also in this particular lecture, I want to focus on how we define props and defineEmits differently, just because we are using TypeScript. So in the components, let's create a new file, and I'm going to name it TabButton.vue. Now inside we need the template, and in the template I'll simply start off by writing this link. And after that we will need our script with the setup. And now the new option here that must be included is this lang option, which gets the value of ts. And that's because we are using TypeScript. So now our focus point, the defineProps and defineEmits. Let's start with defineProps. So like regular, we are going to declare this defineProps, which is a method. But this time we don't pass an object inside this method, but outside, within this angle bracket, we pass this object. Now, before we write the properties of this defineProps, I'd like to mention that the two things that we need would be the current tab, so the current tab button, because this component will show two different tabs, right? So the button that has already been clicked, and it needs to have a bit of a different style, and the other tabs, so the other tab button. And for that, we need to get information of the current tab. So current tab, and this will be a string. Now, other than this current tab, we also need the tab, so the general tab. And we're going to say here tab, and this will be a new object which will have a key, which is a string, and a label. So a label which is also a string. So that's how we declare defineProps when using TypeScript. Now again, let's also define the emits, so defineEmits, which is this method. And now we don't declare an array here with our emits name. We don't do that now. Again, outside we have this angle bracket, and there we pass this object body, and inside of this I'm going to name the emit, which is going to be this click. And because this is just the name and nothing else, we're going to declare it with an empty array. That's how we do it. Essentially, this is same like doing click. So both of these are the same. This was fine for JS, but for TS we do it this way. Alright, now let's get started by rendering the tab button. But first, let's discuss a few things. Our tab buttons will be associated to different components, but that's for later. And for now, we need to, like I said, we need to declare an array that has all these tabs. And to make this tab reusable and safe, I'm going to extract the definition of this tab. So a tab should have a key, which is of type string, and then also the tab should have a label, which is of type string. And I'm going to extract it out into a separate type, so we can then associate this tab with a type. And so I'll just grab this out. So I'm going to cut it. And in our src, I'm going to create a new file. And I'll name it types.ts. And there, because everything has to be exportable, I'm going to do export. And this is going to be an interface of TypeScript. And I'm going to name it tab. And then inside, it's just going to be that. Now we can use it in the TabButton.view. So here, we don't have that object literal anymore, but we're going to declare it as the tab. And because we are importing a type, we say import type tab from that at types. And now we have the ability that we can go to that App.vue and declare an array that would have 3 tabs, because in our app we want 3 tabs, right? Where the first one would be general, the second one would be notifications, and the third one would be privacy. And when declaring an array in this app.vue, I might pass a different name for this tab right here, also for this current tab. And so, just to make things more strict and specific, we can use the power of TypeScript. There in that types.ts, I'm going to make another type, which should be exportable. So export, and then it's a type, so the type, and I'll give it a name. Let's name it tab key. And this type should have 3 possible values, where the first one would be general, the second one can be notifications, and then the third one can be privacy. And now to enforce one of these 3 values for a tab, we will use this tab key instead of this string for the key of this tab. Now with this, we can already go to app.vue and start declaring our objects. Now the first thing is we want to declare the array. So I'm going to say const tab. And this tab is going to be of that tab type. So we bring the tab and we have to import it. And this is going to be an array. So I add this array literal. Now let's assign the value. So we assign this array here, and then we pass 3 objects. Now you see, with the power of TypeScript, we get suggestions that here we can only pass key and a label, nothing else. And for this key also, I want to pass one of the tab keys, right? So in this string here, if I want suggestion, I then see again I have general, notifications, and privacy. I can't write anything else. I will get an error. So let's pass general. Say general. I'll also keep the label the same as key. So there I say general as well. So then this forms the first tab. Let's create the other 2 tabs, which would be notifications and privacy. So we add notifications. And for the last one, let's add privacy. So privacy here and privacy there. So this tab is now here as, because we will need to render 3 tabs and we are going to iterate over it using v-for, and we are going to generate each tab from these objects. And to keep track of which tab is selected, we also need a current tab property. So I'm just going to import a ref. So we can do const current tab, which is equals to a ref from view. And there I want to pass one of the 3 possible values from this tab key. So let's import this as well. So I'll just grab this and pass it here after a comma. And then this ref should be of that tab key. And with that here, if I add a string and if I look for suggestion, I get one of these 3 values. And I'm going to initialize it with this general. Okay, so now let's start by rendering those tabs, and we are going to style it and also show its active state. So we have quite a bit of work to do. Let's not wait, let's not waste any time, let's get started. I'm going to add a nav element inside of this div, and inside of this nav, I want a UL because I'll have those list items. So inside of this UL, I'll have the LI items, list items. And then in this list items, I'm going to have a V4 binding so I can loop over this tabs to generate those individual tab. So I get a single tab from that tabs. And for the key for this V4, I'm going to pass this key and it gets that single tab and its key. So with that, we don't see anything because we should actually import that tab button. So we bring that tab button. Tab button. And in this tab button then, we are getting an error because we need to pass certain things. We need to pass this tab, so the tab there, and to this tab binded place, we're going to pass this single tab. And then we also have the current tab, and it should be in this bind form. And here we're going to pass this ref, which is this current tab. And so with that, we have this 3 tabs showing up, and this link is showing from this tab button, and because we have this link text in that template. Now let's style them. I'm going to start in this div. So for this div, the wrapper div, let's add a class. And I'm going to set some max width by doing max-width, and this should be 2XL. Then let's also add some margin, so mx in the x-axis to auto, and also some padding in the x-axis of 4. Now let's enter the nav element, and let's add a class there. And I'm going to set some font styling, so it should be font medium. And maybe the text could be centered, so text center. All right. Let's now enter the UL. Or maybe we can add some more styling here because it doesn't look really good with this dark black. So just do text gray dash 500. And then I also want to add some borders. So border dash B, and the border color should be border dash gray dash 200. And let's also add some margin to the bottom, MB of 4. Perfect. Now in this UL, let's add the class so we can bring everything in this axis by putting flex. And additionally, I'm also going to add flex-wrap. Next, let's style this tab button. Now, first things first, in this tab button, first of all, I want to show my tab.label. Perfect. And afterwards, actually, this should be in the button. So in this template, I want to add a button, and then this button gets that. Now with that, in this button, let's add some style, and I'll actually bind to it because I want to add certain style for this default view, but some specific styles when we click onto a button. So here, I'm going to add this object literal, and in single quotes, I'm going to say padding of 4 and border in the bottom of 2. And I'll set this to be true. So with that, if we save, we have something like this. And now in the next video, I'm going to add computed property so we can get the computed style for each of this button when they're clicked. Next, let's work on the active state of this tab. So we should be able to click something and we will have some specific style for the activated tab. And I'm going to reset this zoom. So first I'm going to create a variable and I'm going to name it const is active, and this should be equals to a computed method. Because in this computed, we are going to bring this current tab of this defineProps and then calculate certain things. So let's also add a const prop here. And in this computed, we now pass a function. So we now run a function and we call that prop, and there the current tab. And we want to check if the current tab is equals to the tab that we get, and there the key, actually it should be props, prop.tab.key. So with this, we can now use this isActive in this styles scope. So there I'm going to add some new styles, which should be that border should be transparent if we are not active. And additionally, I want the border to change some color. So the border B should get a blue of 500. And the text should also be of blue 500 when isActive is true. So just like that. Now to make sure that isActive works, we need to plug that defineEmits that we created earlier. So for this button, let's declare that at, so that on it should be at click. And there we say $emit, and to this emit we want to pass the name, which was this click right here. Now let's handle it there in that App.vue. In this App.vue, I'm going to come to this tab button, and then here I'm going to say at click. Current tab should now equals to be whichever tab we are clicking, and there the key. And with this, we are setting the current tab to whichever tab that we click. So it now works. Now, lastly, I want to set this margin a bit properly, because here we should add a minus margin. As you can see, this bottom border is a bit down. We should take it a bit up. So we're going to do minus margin bottom of 1 pixel. And with that, if we save it, it's now perfect. For example, if I zoom really in, right? And without this, you see this margin is at the bottom. We want it to be in the same line as this active margin, this active bottom. And that is why we're using this minus margin bottom of 1 pixel. Just like that. So with our tabs being rendered and we now have the ability to change them by clicking onto them, let's now create 3 components that should be associated with each of these tabs. Because when I click General, I want to show a component that is different to these other 2 tabs, right? So first, let's create 3 components, and I'm going to do general settings.view, and then notifications settings.view, and then privacy settings.view. And therein, I'm just going to add a template with some dummy text. And for this privacy, I'm going to say privacy. For this notifications, let's say notifications. And for the last one, general, let's say general. Let's now configure our tab such that this tab here, interface tab, doesn't only expect a key and a label, but also a component. So I'm going to add a property component, which should have a value of type component. And this comes from this view, which is a type from view, and its name is component. And now with that, in App.vue, of course, we're going to get errors because all these are expecting components. So let's start. This general gets that component property, and the value there should be then that general settings. And we should add an at here. Now for the second one, we add another component, which is that notification settings, and it should be at. And for this last one, it gets a new component, which then should be that privacy settings. And let's also fix this import. So now we have 3 associated components for 3 of the tabs. So with that declaration now done, let's also make sure that we can show those dynamic components. Now, if you think about it, showing this dynamic component is something that we have already done before. Back in Vue Courses application, for the booking section, we had 2 icons, so 2 icon component that we showed. And we did that using that dynamic component property. So after this nav, we can add that component, and then this component has this :is binding where we pass a certain condition which then yields dynamic values, right? I hope you remember that. And now to calculate that thing dynamically, we're going to use a computed state. So here in the setup script, I'm going to add a computed in a variable, and then I'm going to name it const current active component is equals to a computed from Vue, and in this method I'm going to run a function, so like this, and the function is going to be ran over that tabs array, and in the tabs I'm going to pass this find method because I want to go through all the tabs. So there then I get a single tab, and this tab I'm going to take the key of it, so the tab.key, and I'm going to compare it using this 3 comparison to the current tab, and there the value. Now this then, actually it should be right here, and this might also be undefined, so we add this question mark, and then we take the component from inside. Now this current active component is what we are going to pass here, and with that, if we save, we can now see that general is here. If I click here, we now show the notifications, and for privacy, we show the privacy. Our app is now taking shape, and in this app, we have this single screen where we have various tabs that changes components dynamically right here. And here, I now want to introduce transition because this dynamic component is a great use case to wrap transitions in. So in Google, search for Vue transition, and you will see this link, where if we visit, we see that transition itself is a component. So let's grab this and let's use it. Now, the idea is simple. We take this dynamic component and we place it inside this transition. Now, one thing you need to be sure, all these components, all these dynamic components must have a root element. Like we have here. We have a div inside of these templates. And also here. Now, all we have to do is grab this CSS, and we have the style scoped block. There, we can just add those CSS. And with that, in our app, if we restart, we have this transition going on. And you can see we have a bit of layout shift, which we can prevent simply by coming to this transition and adding a mode to it. And the mode I want is out in. So first out and then in. And with that, we already have the fix. So we have a nice transition. And lastly, I would also like to introduce a best practice here, is that you should add a name. And I'm going to add a name of fade. And then this fade name should be reflected down in those CSS classes. So instead of this V, I'll simply add that fade name. Just like that. So transition is really that simple. Now, I also want to extract this transition into a separate component so I can make it reusable. So I'm just going to copy it from here, and in components, I'm going to make a new component, and I'll name it fade transition.view. And inside in the template, I'm going to add that, and instead of this slot, instead of this component, I'll use a slot so I can pass in the component. And of course, I'll also need the style scoped block. And in this style scoped, I'm just going to grab it all. So simply let's cut it out. And here we can add that. With that, we are now ready to use it in that app.vue. So in the script, let's import it. Let's say import, and I want to say FadeTransition from @/component/FadeTransition.view. And then this FadeTransition is what I'll use instead of this raw transition component. So let's get rid of that. And here I can simply add this FadeTransition. With that, if we reload, we should still be able to get that transition, and we do. And now we have a reusable FadeTransition component that we can use in other places of our application without writing all this over again. Now, to speed up the development and to keep the duration of this course short, I need you to copy certain things. And those certain things are no view logic, no nothing. It's just markups and some tailwind styling, which you are already familiar with. So in general settings, inside of the div, we now have this new things. So inside the div, we just have this h2 and this form. So I want you to pause the video here and just copy top to bottom. It's just plain basic HTML. So stop the video here. And now let's move to main.css. And in this main.css, just go ahead and add these styles. These are all Tailwind specific styles for certain things: input, text area, label, input, select, and button primary, which is this button here. So again, stop the video and grab this style. Now, later down the line, I am going to introduce so-called KeepAlive, which simply means that here in this text field, if I write something, and then if I change the tab and come back, you see it's gone. And KeepAlive would keep all these things here. Also, I'm going to introduce how we can write something here and then click the save, and then later when we restart this app, we still retain all those values. So for all those things to work properly, we need to keep track of all the separate datas that we have. And that's why we are now going to create a composable, because if you remember, composable is used to share states and execute logics, right? So in this src, I'm going to create composables, and the file is going to be useSettings.ts. Now inside of this, first let's import ref, because we will have a reactive variable here, from view. And for the general settings tracking thing, right, I'm going to create an interface that describes what a general settings should have. So let's start with that. I'm going to say interface, and I'm going to name it general settings. And there I will have a few properties. So the first one would be this username, then email, then about me, then the gender, and then the country. So the username, which is a string. Afterwards, let's add email, which is again a string. We then have about me, so just about, and this is a string too. Next we have gender, and I'll set it to a default of male. And then we have the country, which I'm going to default to USA. So with that, we have a general model of general settings, so what a general settings should have. And with that, let's now create the ref variable where we can track all this reactively. So let's make const general, and this will be a ref. And in this ref, we will put those general values. But to make this ref of type general settings, so we can only pass these values and nothing else, we add this type to this ref. Now, inside this, let's again call an about, and this will be empty. We are going to have the country, which we are setting to USA to begin with. We have the gender, which is mail to begin with. We have our email and username. So for the email, I'll stick to empty string, and also for the username, I'll stick to empty string. And now with that, because this use composable is generally just a function, we need to make it exportable. So let's add export, and I'm going to say function, and it will be useSettings. And then here we should add a return clause, where for now I just want to return that general, just like that. Now with our useSettings composable and also that general markup here, let's now connect them together so we can connect this data to this markup. So our markup stores data in this data. In general settings, let's import that. So outside the template, let's add the script section, script with the setup tag and also the lang set to TS. Now here I need the const general, so that general ref, which is equals to that useSettings. And with that, we also got the import. Now let's plug them together. So this general with those markups. Let's grab this general and let's start at the top. So we have this div where we have the label of username and input of username. So here, you know the deal. We add the v model, which does the two-way binding. So v-model. And there we pass this general dot username. Next, let's go to the second div, which is for the email. And here, let's again add v-model, and we pass general dot email. Then let's go to about me, and in this text area, let's add the v model, and let's say general dot about. Next, the div is about gender, and here we have 3 inputs. So we need to add the v model with general gender for 3 of this. So let's do v-model, and it's going to be general.gender. And the same for the next 2, so right here and here. And you see this mail is already showing up because we have selected mail as the default value. Next, let's go to the country, and in this select, we're going to add v-model and pass general.country. And with that, we are right here. And with that, even if we come to this view dev tools, there in this fade transition, there this anonymous component, there this base transition, and there this general settings. And you see we have this general object. If we expand it, we get to see the various fields. And even if I write something here, it shows up. Let's also add the email, and there it shows up. Let's change from male to female, and that then reflects. Now, I want to talk about this KeepAlive shortly. So the thing is, first let's create a new ref variable inside of this general settings just for demonstration, and I'm going to name it const this will reset is equals to a ref, which is from view, and we must import it, and I'll set it to 0. And there where we have this button, I'm just going to, for now, add a click, and I'm going to say this will reset to ++, just for demonstration. So with that, watch what happens. So here in this general, if we track it in this DevTools, if I add some username, we see that this username showed up. And likewise, we can also increase this ref from here, which is similar to just adding, clicking on this button. So it's just the same, not a problem. And with that, actually, and I'll add this username here again. and I'll click this button again. So we increase this and we have something. Now, when we change this tabs here, right? So when we go to notification or privacy and then we come back, what's happening is this general component is getting unmounted. So it's being removed from the DOM and it's being destroyed. And when we come back to this general, it's again being mounted. So again, it's again been created. And see here now for that general, our object, so general object still retains the old value currently for this session because that ref, general ref is coming from this useSettings. But because this component, this general settings component is getting destroyed and recreated, so this ref here, this will reset ref is also getting reset and hence it became 0. But previously we took it to 10. And this is where KeepAlive comes in. So for example, if I were to track all this general settings data, like I'm doing it here, if I were to track all of this inside this general settings component, this would also get lost. This would get removed. Now the solution is in the parent component, so in the App.vue, where we have this dynamic components, I can grab this and put it inside KeepAlive. And then inside, I can pass this dynamic component. Now, what would happen is, for example, in this general settings, now if I increase this, this will reset to maybe 7 and then change the view and come back. You see this still retains. Now, yet again, I want you to get some more markups. So just plain HTML for this notification settings. So pause the video here and just grab it. These are just plain basic HTML with no view logic. So that would look something like this. And now let's go to privacy settings. And here we have a look like this. So just grab this template. Pause the video here and grab it. So with this general composable and the markup creation and then plugging them all together, we now already have a good enough practice that in this use settings, we have this general settings type and then the ref that holds the data of this general. Likewise, I'm just going to comment separate them. Let's work on the notifications and privacy real quick. So for notifications, I'm going to add a new interface and I'm going to name it notifications settings. And this will have, like you see, an email and SMS which can be on or off. So in other words, Boolean. So it can be true and false. I'm going to add this email and I'm going to set it to that Boolean. Next, the SMS, which I'm again going to set to that Boolean. Now to capture the data of this notification settings, we will need a ref. So I'm going to do const notifications is equals to a ref, which is of type notification settings. And using that, I will get suggestions. So email, I'll set it to false to begin with, because I don't want the check mark to begin with. And also then the SMS, which I am going to initialize to false again. And actually, just to mix things up, I'm going to set this email to true. All right, so with that, our notifications part is done. Let's now work on the privacy part. So for privacy, I have this true false and then a select. So that would be a string. Great. Now let's make another interface for privacy settings. Actually, not privacy, but privacy settings. And like I said, this will have visibility. So visibility, which is false. And then it will have a string, which is not visibility, it's search recommendation. So this visibility will be string. And we will also have search recommendation, maybe search engine indexing. So the search index, I'm just going to say search indexing. And then this will be string, right? No, this will be Boolean, just like that. And actually, for this visibility, this can either be private or public. So I just want to show you how to also add strict enforcing here. So then I'm going to make another type. So I can do maybe a type, and I'm going to name it capital visibility. So with capital V, and this can then be either public or it can be private. And now this is the one I want to use instead of this string. And with that, I should also get the ref. So const privacy is equals to a ref method where the type is going to be this privacy settings. And in between, then I want the search indexing, and I'll set it to false. And for the visibility, so visibility, I'll get some suggestion automatically. I'll set it to public for now. And with that, we should also make this notifications ref and this privacy ref exportable. So general, then notifications, and then privacy. Now the plugging in is pretty simple. Let's go to that notification settings and let's add a script with the setup, and it should have that lang of ts. And here I want to get the notification. So I'm going to say const notifications, and this will use the useSettings, just like that. And now this notifications can be used for both of these inputs. So for this first checkbox input, I'm going to say v dash model, and it should take that notifications dot email, which was set to true. And then I'm going to add one for the next input, where it will be notifications.sms. And just like that, let's also complete this privacy settings. So I'm just going to grab this much. And instead of notifications, this now should be privacy. And then this privacy we are going to use for both the inputs. So for this first one, in this checkbox input, let's add a v-model and say privacy. And this is for search indexing. So right there. And for the next one, let's grab this much. And in the select part, we add that v-model, and this should be privacy dot visibility. And we set it to public, and hence that is what it's showing. Let's now persist our data. So if we write something here, and then if we close this website and come back again, we should retain all the things that we wrote for each of these fields. For that, we are going to use watcher, and in the ref where we are keeping track of all the data, there we're going to get it back from the local storage. And if you remember, watch is a function like this ref, which we import from Vue. So I'll grab that watch from ref, and I'll start off with this general. So here I'm going to add a watch, and the idea is whenever we write anything, it should immediately save it to the local storage. So in this watch, I'm going to watch this general, and whenever general changes, this watch should run. And then here I run a function where I get the value that got changed from that general. And in this function, I'm going to call local storage, and there I'm going to set item. And the table or the collection where I want to set this item would be named as general. And inside of this, I want to set all the value that I'm getting. Now, actually, I have to JSON stringify it, but I'll do it later. And then I should also make it deep, so any fields, any nested deep fields within this general also gets tracked, just like that. And now here in this value, I should use JSON.stringify, and there then I should pass the value, just like that. And with that, we are already saving anything that we are writing. So anything that we save, it's getting saved. Now to retrieve it back in this general, let's grab this object first of all. So I'm just going to cut it out. And here actually I need to execute an anonymous function which will be executed immediately. So in this first parenthesis, I'm going to write all the logic, and all this logic should be executed immediately, hence this second pair of brackets. Now in this first pair, let's call a function. So I'll call a function just like that, an empty function, and inside I'm going to say const stored is equals to local storage dot get item, and that get item should be gotten from that general. And with that, so with this here, we are going to return if stored is not equals to null, then we are going to json dot parse the stored, else we will return the thing that we copied, so this here, and we don't need that. So with that, if we restart, you see our data now persists. Even if we change all the things here, for example, we change it, I say here 345 and 123 and some text here, and then if I restart, you see we still persist all the things. All right, now let's do some exercise on TypeScript, because as you can imagine, this much here is a lot of things. We are getting this item from local storage with this general key, and then we are parsing it, and then we are also setting some default object. Now, this much can actually be reused, so basically this much here. So I'm just going to Control C to copy it out, or maybe Control X to copy it out, and I'm going to create a new function. So I'm going to name it init and const init, which is equals to this function that is going to run. And in this function body, I'm going to paste whatever I took from there. Now to make this init really general, and actually I'm just going to cut it out and put it at the top. All right. Now to make it general, we can't really have this general sitting in here. So let's accept a key. And then we have to pass the type of this key, which will be string. And then we can replace this key right here. Now what about this object here? For this object, let's cut it out, and I'm going to say here defaults, not default, but defaults. And what should the type of this object be? Because this first one was of type general settings. The next one is notification settings. So to make it general, we need to make it generics. So here, I'm going to add this generic t, which I'm going to pass right here. So this defaults is of type this t. And with that, we can simply pass this defaults here. Now it's time that we use this init function. So inside of this general settings, I'm just going to remove this, and then I'm going to call that init. And this init is going to take that key, which is general, and then this object. Now this init should also get the generic type, which is this general settings, just like that. Now let's work on the next ones. So we're now going to go to this notifications, and there I'm just going to grab this object and bring that init, where the type is going to be notification settings, and in the body the key is going to be notifications, And then we have the defaults, which is this object. Likewise, let's go for this privacy. And here, let's grab this object body and pass that init function. And this init function will get that privacy settings type. And the first value is the key, which is this privacy. And then the second value, which is that defaults, and that would be this object. And with that, we have shrinked this code into this generic function, which we are then reusing multiple times. So with our init function being used by the generics, so we can now add this watch for this other notifications and privacy settings, so they also get saved the moment we change anything. And like you imagine, you can also compartmentalize them into reusable logic, but for now I'm not going to do that, just to keep this tutorial short and sweet. So for this notification settings, let's add this watch again. And we want to watch this notifications instead of general. And then the key, also the set item key, would be that notifications. Likewise, let's grab this watch and paste it one more time for this privacy. So let's reflect it here and here. With that, we can now change certain things, and if we restart, we should persist. And actually we do. All we had to do is just restart. Let's go to privacy, set it to on and set it to private. And if we restart and go to privacy, indeed we persist all the things. Let's now build a notification system for our application. And the idea is that we are going to learn about building such a toast notification, and toast notification would be a widget that shows you some message and then disappears after a while. So that would be, for example, when we click the save, it shows up right here. And it is going to go out after 5 seconds, or we can just click OK. And also the thing is that we're going to learn about the teleport component, because this teleport lets us show this notification in an absolute position within our body. So no matter in which view we are, it doesn't matter. Whenever our toast notification shows up, it shows as the topmost layer using that teleport component, which we're going to learn. Let's start off by building another composable. So a composable that is responsible for those toast notifications. So a composable that keeps track of all the notifications using a ref and also has the methods, so functions for adding notifications and removing notifications. So in that composables folder, I'm going to create a new one, use toast notifications.ts. And now inside, let's start working. First, we should import ref, as always, because we want to keep track of some reactive data. So ref from view. And then I'm going to explain a notification. So I'm going to make an interface, and I'm going to name it toast notification. So what is a toast notification? That's what I'm defining here. And it will have an ID, which will be a number, and then a message. So a message, which will be a string. So basically that is what a toast notification is, at least for our app. And now we should also make that const notifications, where we keep track of the notifications, which is equals to a ref. And this ref is of type toast notification. An array of toast notification, because inside of this ref, we are going to keep track of an array of notifications, right? Many notifications, so to say. And we should actually also make it exportable. So export function, and we're going to name it use toast notifications, inside of which we should add that return clause. And for now, let's just return this notifications. Right. Next, let's work on the functions to add notification and remove notification. So after this notifications, let's add a new function. So I'm just going to say const add toast notifications. And this will be this function here, where I need to expect a message. So I will get a message from outside. So a message which is of type string. And then within this function, I want to also generate an ID. So I'm going to say const ID is equals to date.now. So this gives me a random enough number, a unique random number. And then I'll call that notifications array, and there inside of its value, I want to push a new notification. So I'm just going to push a new object body where the ID is just going to be this ID, and also then the message, just like that. And using JavaScript, I also want to set a timeout. So after some time, it gets removed, just like you see here. For example, if I click this, you see after some time, it gets automatically removed. So here we are going to call set timeout, and set timeout is a method where we are going to pass a function first of all, and this function is going to call remove, R-E-M-O-V-E, remove toast notification, and that is a function that we're going to create, which will take an ID. And after this expression, we will also set the time. So for example, 5 seconds. So 5,000 milliseconds equals to 5 seconds. And after 5 seconds, that toast notification will get removed. And with that, let's work on this remove toast notification. Let's add const remove toast notification, which is again a new function. And this function is very simple. We call that notifications and there the value. And you guessed it, it should be equals to the new toast notifications.value where we run the filter method. And in this filter method, we will get each of those notifications, and we just want to check where the n.id is not equals to the ID that we get. And actually, we should also expect the ID here because we are passing it right here. And this ID is of type number. And with that, let's make these two functions exportable too. Just like that. And with this composable now fully ready, in the next video, let's configure it. Now, I actually want you to copy some code because these codes are reusable. You can reuse it multiple times for various different applications. So in the components folder, I want you to create this toast notifications.view. So this component which would be responsible for that toast notification. And here then we bring this teleport component which is built into Vue. And to this we pass this to attribute where we simply point to the body, that this teleport component should teleport all its content, so the things that we're going to write inside should teleport things to the body. And that would look something like this. So we have the unordered list, so ordered list with a class, and then inside we have this list items where we are iterating over all the notifications which we get from our use notifications. And of course we add the key and also added a class to style them. And now inside this list item we have this div that has some text styling and that is showing the message from each notification from that use notifications. And then we have this button which is responsible for removing the notification. So pause the video here and grab this code. And with that, we have those classes, so stylings. And for this, we're going to go to main.css and we have this simple 3 classes. So pause the video again and just grab these styling classes. And so with our toast notifications composable and the component created and plugged in, it's now just a matter of using it. So in App.vue, I'm going to place that toast notification component somewhere, and it can be really anywhere. So just under this FadeTransition, I'm going to add that. So toast notification right here. And so here we have the full component. And please be careful, there should not be any type key in front of this toast notification component. So I'm just going to remove that and also remove this view. Perfect. So we have our toast notification added to App.vue. It's now just that we have to trigger it from somewhere. And I'm going to go to that general settings, and here I'm going to import it. So I'm going to say const, and this will be equals to use toast notifications. So we get that toast notification import. And from here, we want that add toast notification. Now we have to use this add toast notification with something. So I'm just going to create a function here, and I'm going to name it const save, which is equals to an arrow function where we call that add toast notification, and we're going to say general settings saved. And I'm just going to do it for this general tab, and I want you to do it yourself for the notifications and privacy. Now this save should be plugged into this button, and if we do that, so add click, and there we call that save. Let's try it. So if I click save, we have it. But you see we have a problem. And this problem is what we are going to discuss in the next video. But let's see the solution. Actually, what we should do is whenever we have a form, we should add this at submit.prevent. Now this can be just like this. So here, if we click now save, you see it doesn't reload anymore, and we show our toast notification for 5 seconds. So that's one solution. The other solution is that because this button is within the form already and it has this type of submit, what we can do is we can optionally not include this at click.save here. We can remove it from here and just up there where we are saying at submit.prevent. So this at submit.prevent is preventing this web page from reloading whenever we click this button, because and then this at submit.prevent can be equal to that save. And with that, if we now save, you see it still works. So let's discuss that at submit.prevent modifier. Let's change this to notifications tab where we don't have that at submit.prevent for this form. And watch what happens. Whenever I click this save, the page reloads. And that is the default behavior of HTML by itself. Whenever you have a form in HTML and there you have a button that is of type submit, so whenever you click that, your HTML tries to submit it to some server, which is not the case here, right? We don't have any server plugged in. And so in Vue, whenever you have a form, you should always add this at submit, so the submit, and you prevent its behavior. So you say at submit.prevent. And we're going to do this also for this privacy settings, just like that. And with this, if I click this save, you see we don't have that reload going on over and over again. And so now, please go ahead and bring that notification settings, notifications composable, and plug it to both of this.